Good morning. Good to see you here at this early hour. I'm John Cunningham from soon-to-be University of Galway, and I'm chairing this session on labour in the Civil War period. I should alert you before I go on that the session is being streamed on the UCC and RTE websites, and it's been recorded, so bear that in mind before you speak. After we've heard from the speakers, there'll be an opportunity for you to ask questions or make comments or whatever. When you do so, you might say who you are by way of introducing yourself to everybody. So we have four speakers who will make short introductory presentations, a few minutes each, and then we'll go into a discussion for the remainder of the 70 minutes. So I'm going to introduce our four speakers before we hear from the first of them. Theresa Moriarty is an independent researcher and writer whose work focuses on the history of working women, and I know she has an interesting forthcoming article on women during this period in relation to the Congress of Trade Unions. Emmet O'Connor lectures in the University of Ulster and has published widely in labour history, including Reds and the Green, Ireland, Russia and the Communist Internationals, 1919 to 43. And at present, he is working on a biography of James Baird, which I think will appear in September. Niamh Purséil is a writer on modern Irish and political and labour history. Her books include the Irish Labour Party, 1922 to 73, and more recently, Kindling the Flame, 150 Years of the INTO. Padraig Yeates, beside me, is a journalist and historian, and he has written extensively on Ireland in the decade of centenaries. A number of books which you may be familiar with include A City in Civil War, Dublin 21 to 24, and he is Secretary of the Truth Recovery Process and holds a D.Litt from the NUIG. So, without further ado, we'll go to Theresa, who's going to make the opening short presentation. So, Theresa Moriarty.
I'm just going to give a rather fragmentary account, perhaps, of the labour organisation and development up to 1922. By then, Irish trade unionists have been meeting every year since 1894, so they've been coming together for about 30 years as an institution and as a body, national body. There were delegates from their individual unions, and there they would propose and respond to the developing mass of industrial regulation and legislation that was coming from the Westminster Parliament. And raise their own concerns and reforms for better pay and conditions. And their political practice was effectively to operate in many ways as a pressure group on the Irish Parliamentary Party and the British House of Commons. That's who they tended to meet with and look to. The Irish Labour Party and Trade Union Congress that met at the beginning of August in 1921 in Dublin's Mansion House retained that kind of formal structure and purpose inherited from the late 19th century trade unionists. And by 1922, the composition of trade union membership had changed quite radically, and their political ambitions now embraced much more national goals. The ILP had absorbed new groups of workers as members of unions with headquarters in Britain, as well as the local societies and unions, and especially the transport workers. And railway workers all tended to have their headquarters in Britain. General unions recruited among the workers contrasted with the craftsmen as sort of unskilled, and they signed up through repeated efforts of women trade union campaigners. There had also been women present in the Congress, and technological changes and warfare were had reshaped the workforce. From 1915, when production and industrial relations came under the authority of the state and was particularly developed here from 1917 on, an elaborate system of controls of wages and prices had built up across many of the industries, complemented with a framework of conciliation and arbitration that was aimed at eliminating industrial conflict and strikes especially. And this pattern was, of conciliation and arbitration was employed through the Republican courts as well in the War of Independence. But the war had opened up great fissure along the fault lines of Irish life, and trade unionists, thousands of trade unionists had been called up. And then, of course, there had been the devastation after, with the Easter Rising, death and executions, military arrests, internment, seizure of union records, had left much of the trade union movement without leadership for a good while. They were either dead or deported. And over the next 5 years, the Labour Party and trade unions rebuilt their base to meet, with the expectation of meeting the challenges of the wartime economy and the post-war political challenges. And they sort of advertised, if you like, their newfound sort of political emphasis by calling themselves the Irish Labour Party before the Trade Union Congress. Before that, they had been known as the Irish Trade Union Congress and Labour Party. So that was also sort of in their kind of in line with national and international workers' movements. Wartime controls and regulations had reached deep into those workforces where trade unions had hardly ventured, and particularly agricultural labour. The Agricultural Wages Board was set up in 1917, and it fixed rates of pay, among other things. And they would have had a trade union member, and most of the wages boards had at least one, not necessarily an Irish, but a trade unionist, but they all usually had trade union representation on it. And of course, it was the agricultural labourers that were the largest growth in the developing trade union movement during the years coming up towards 1922. Women workers in a range of employments came into the trade union movement in increasing numbers through this time. There was the professional, white-collars workers, the teachers and nurses, the shop workers, and then the stitchers, domestic workers, dressmakers, printers, and these groups of people very often kind of joined existing trade union all-male organisations. Large numbers of women had joined up in what was mostly a male and predominantly a manual movement. By 1921, trade unionists had launched, women trade unionists had launched a new formation within the Irish Congress, within the Irish Labour Party, which they announced in 1921 at their annual conference as the Labour Women's Council. They wanted to provide a platform for women and their grievances within the movement. And Sissy Cahalan, among the shop worker who was elected, I think that year, 1922 maybe, onto the Congress Executive Committee, spoke about the growing spirit amongst women. There was, from 1918, there was one woman elected each year to the executive of the conference, the Congress of the Trade Union Congress and Labour Party. For a long time, that was one of the teachers, Rose Timon, and in 1921, it was Helena Maloney and Rose Timon. So there were two that year. And after that, Sissy Cahalan came on. And then finally, the Irish Women Workers' Union began to sort of elect a woman representative each through most of the time, the closing years of that decade. But what now happened, despite all this kind of encouragement of 1921, of course, was the post-war economic boom collapsed, unemployment had become marked, and the country was heading into the Civil War. Thank you.
Thank you, Theresa, for that textualisation. So next we go to Padraig, who is going to talk about the response of Labour to the treaty.
Thanks, John. I'm really going to talk about the Congress of Trade Unions because it would be too difficult to cover the entire labour movement. But even in the Congress of Trade Unions, there was great diversity. Throughout the period of the War of Independence, Labour had been more or less on the side of Sinn Féin and the Dáil Éireann administration. In fact, Eamon de Valera addressed the 1921 conference and paid tribute to the sacrifices Labour had made to advance the nationalist cause. But once a treaty was signed, they found it very hard to get anyone to listen to them in either the pro-treaty or anti-treaty side. In fact, as far as I can make out, the only senior politician on either side who even bothered to meet them personally was Arthur Griffith, and of course he would have had links going back to James Connolly, who was a personal friend of his, and would have known most of the people involved since at least the lockout in 1913. But nobody else apparently bothered to talk to them, even though before that they were constantly asking Labour to do one thing or another between general strikes and inviting international commissions to look at the situation on Ireland. So suddenly they found themselves a bit out in the cold. But the other problem they had was where did they stand? They produced quite a number of draft radical declarations of what they wanted. One was the most important, I suppose, was an address to the workers of Ireland, which was very radical, very much on the side of the Republic, and then they decided not to publish it because it might influence the treaty debate. So it came out afterwards. Even their meetings with Arthur Griffith, they were looking for very modest things. They were looking for tillage, controls on tillage, so as to minimise the loss of jobs amongst their members working on the farms. The most radical thing they proposed was a trade agreement with the new Soviet Republic on the other side of Europe. But that was about as radical as it got. The other things, they looked for more houses, the usual things, what would now be called social wage issues, I suppose. So when we look at what Congress as an organisation was trying to do, it wasn't sure itself because it was so divided. I mean, Henry Whitley, who was a long-suffering unionist and or craft worker, who would attend religiously, if that's the right term, conferences of the Irish Labour Party and Trade Union Congress. And he got up when they did eventually meet and said, well, look, he said, we were told not to get involved in the Northern Ireland election because we'd be asked which side we were on, were we unionist or were we nationalist? And now you're saying we shouldn't get involved in the election down here in case people ask us, are we pro-treaty or anti-treaty? And this was a big problem, and they tried various ways of dealing with it. One was a proposal that we have a plebiscite, and that was quite popular. We don't have to take a pro-anti-treaty decision. All we have to do is call for a national plebiscite and let the people decide, let the workers decide, until someone pointed out to them, well, that'd be quite difficult because there's no provision in either British or Irish legislation to have plebiscites. And there was no way the Free State government, having negotiated a treaty deal and under the threat of imminent war, was going to turn around and say, well, actually, tell Winston Churchill or Sir Neville Macready, we're actually not going to park everything because we're now going to have a plebiscite and decide what the people want. So all of these things are fairly impractical. It interests people like Thomas Kennedy and Tom Farron, who were both Citizen Army veterans, been through the in 1916, being through the lockout. Tom Farron was one of the organisers of the O'Donovan Rossa funeral, for example. And they said, look, it's very simple. There's only one question people are going to ask you. Are you for war or are you for peace? When you knock on doors, they're not going to really be that interested in all our policies. They're going to say, well, are you going to accept the treaty or are you going to reject the treaty? And one proposal that came up there, which had a fairly short life, was, well, let's wait, we'll run our candidates, and at the end of it, we'll see what the results are, and if most people have voted for anti-treaty candidates, we'll go with them, and we'll reconvene a second Dáil, and if most people go with the pro-treaty crowd, well, then we'll go in with the new Free State. So there was an awful lot of confusion, but eventually, people like, I suppose, Bill O'Brien, veterans from 1913 said, we've been waiting this long. We agreed, and I'm sure Niamh will come back to this, James Connolly, said we have to have a workers' voice in Parliament. We have to have a political party. They've been waiting since 1912 to actually have representatives in some sort of Irish assembly, and now they had to make up their mind. And the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of delegates voted, I think it was about 4-1, to contest the election. But they're going into it in a very, very confused way. And they're afraid as well that it would split the Labour movement. The Citizen Army was certainly divided in that situation. And they also had a situation where where if they did go in, would they be threatened? And we know some of them were threatened. And actually the people who broke the logjam were the farmers. Once De Valera and Collins made their pact to say we'll have a panel for people to vote for, suddenly people like the farmers, people in the middle, saw a gap, and they said, well, hold on, if they're not going to be fighting each other, so maybe there's room for other people to run. So the farmers said, we're going to contest. It was after the farmers said they were going to contest that Labour finally took the plunge. So in a way, we can owe it to Eamon De Valera and Michael Collins that Labour contested the election. I know people will challenge that, but I mean, I'm just trying to point out there was not a united movement, and also consciousness amongst the members was rising all the time. But the economic situation was collapsing. Some figures for St. Vincent de Paul in Dublin and for the poor relief down here. And you compare them with before the war or during the war. By 1925, there were 3 times as many people on outdoor relief in Cork, and about the same number of people going to St. Vincent de Paul looking for help in Dublin at that time. This was not an economy in a strong position, and militancy was the last thing that was going to deliver anything to workers in tangible terms in the short term. So, and I'll finish with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Padraig. Next to Emmet O'Connor, who's going to take us across the border into and look at the impact of partition on Labour in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think most of us will be broadly familiar with James Connolly's observation that partition would lead to a carnival of reaction. And we tend to think of that as a unique prophetic insight. But it was unique only in its eloquence, because that was the standard view of Labour activists of the time. The British Labour Party took the view that you had to support Home Rule because it's just a question of democracy. If you're a Labourite, you're a Democrat. Didn't necessarily like nationalism in any way, but they felt that there was an overwhelming case for Home Rule. If you supported Home Rule, what did you do about the unionists in the North? They recognised that unionists had a mass base, but their view is that you couldn't support the unionists because they are allied to the Tories, and because it just wasn't acceptable for Labour people to support dividing up Ireland on the basis of a religious headcount. One of the aims of Labour politics was to get religion out of politics. Now, this then created a problem for trade unions in the North, because most of their members would have been Protestant and unionist on the constitutional question. At the same time, they looked to the British Labour movement as their role model. And I think that was the primary contradiction for trade unionism in the North. It was more important than the Catholic-Protestant divide, because Catholics were quite marginal in the trade union movement, and they generally didn't raise the national question within the trade union movement. Now, you had a more intense problem again in the shipyards, because the shipyard men looked on themselves as the shock troops of loyalism, and looked on Catholics in the shipyards more or less as political hostages. So every time you had a constitutional crisis, the Catholics were expelled, as happened in the first Home Rule crisis, the second Home Rule crisis. What was different about the third Home Rule crisis in 1912 was that some Protestants were expelled as well. About 20% of the expelled workers were Protestant. And they were expelled because they were Labour activists. If you were a Labour activist, it was presumed you were anti-unionist. And this happened on a much larger scale then in 1920, when at least 8,500, possibly as high as 20,000, were driven out of their jobs, not just in the shipyards, but in the engineering plants, even in hotels and on the railways and so on. And they formed various expelled workers committees. The biggest one was led by James Baird and John Hanna. They're both Presbyterian, they're craftsmen in Harlan and Wolff. They appealed to the British TUC and the Irish TUC for help. The British TUC sent a delegate to Belfast, which actually came up with a report which found in favour of the loyalists. They said it's understandable that because Sinn Féin have infiltrated Labour, that there's this response in the form of expulsions. And the bottom line for the British unions is that they didn't want to confront the loyalists because they didn't want to lose members. The expelled workers also appealed to the Irish TUC. They got a lot of sympathy, but there wasn't much the Irish TUC could do. But their response was particularly feeble. I mean, Tom Johnson's like a saint in the Irish Labour History Society anyway. You can't say anything bad about him. He was a terrible leader. He was a very good secretary. He was a nice man, well-intentioned, but he hated confrontation. And that was not the kind of guy you needed, really, to be leader of a movement around about 1920-22. And he said to the expelled workers from Belfast, "We don't have any right to ask anything of the British TUC," which was a very feeble response. The Labour response, as so often on national questions, was just to tuck in behind the leading nationalist party of the day, and they supported the Belfast boycott, which was a bit of a disaster. The boycott itself was a disaster. It led to a counter-boycott against Catholics in Belfast. It was also kind of abused for sectarian reasons in the south to some extent, but it kind of just confirmed the kind of loyalist image of Labour as being pro-Sinn Féin, and all in all, it just didn't work. And the overall response, it was a bit like our current housing policy, a disaster. Thank you.
That's right. Okay, Niamh Purséil is going to come back down to Dublin, I think, to talk about Labour in the so-called pact election of June 1922. Bloomsday 1922, I think it took place before the concept was 16th of June 1922, yeah.
Yeah, before the dress-ups became part of the day. I suppose, yeah, no, good morning everyone, and please all light a mental candle that my voice holds up for the next 5 minutes. As John says, the election took place on where we have the centenary of the election on Thursday, which was a Friday in 1922, and so today is the centenary of the second day of the count. So the election which took place in 1922 was the first election to occur under PRS-TV. The 21 election should have been a PRS-TV election, but it wasn't contested. So I just think we should all take a moment and remember the poor unfortunates who were counting a PRS-TV election for the first time in the circumstances that were then, with none of the tech or calculators or anything that we have at our disposal. So we're on the second day of the count, and it'll go on into tomorrow and subsequently, up to 17 counts. So bear in mind, they used to just X or whatever. So it was the first contested general election. It wasn't the first election nationally that Labour had contested. They had stood in the 1920 local elections and had done fairly well. But this is its first trip out. And as Padraig was saying, there was, a question over whether they should stand at all. And that was both internal and external. So there was a disagreement within the party itself over whether it should stand at all. And obviously, both sides of Sinn Féin didn't want it to stand. So the fact was, though, I think, like in 1913 to a certain extent, which very much pushed James Connolly into thinking that a political presence was very much needed for the Labour Party, that sort of syndicalism and standing aside and taking a uniquely industrial approach wasn't going to be effective. They had to be involved in parliamentary politics. That was very much the case after what had happened around the treaty, and they were so blankly ignored prior to the treaty negotiations and afterwards. After the vote on the treaty, the second all sort of had their falling out and everything. The Republicans walked out, and then they came back together again, and Labour came in, said a few words, everyone listened to them very politely, and that was the end of it. No one was remotely interested in what Labour had to say, so they felt that they had to, you know, there was an onus on them to stand in the election, but it wasn't popular. They weren't very organised, and there was a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Most of the people who would have gone forward would have been sponsored by their own union. The INTO, for example, which had only become an affiliate of the party a couple of years earlier, donated £500 to the Labour Party's election fund, which, to put it in context, is 3 deposits worth. But didn't want their General Secretary to go forward as a candidate, and he did it anyway. Just a couple of days before it closed, he went forward and was ultimately successful. So in the end, there was intimidation of candidates. It's not entirely responsible for why only 18 candidates went forward, but it is responsible for some people not standing in the end, such as Patrick Hogan. Dan Breen tried to intimidate Dan Morrissey and was unsuccessful in that. He was successful with someone else. But in the end, 18 candidates went forward and 17 won. The only person who didn't get in was the closest run failure in the election. A lot of them, it was one of the worst cases. It wasn't vote management, but it would have been one of the worst cases of vote management in the history of the state. Many people got in on well over 2 quotas, and it was all a bit of a disaster. But I suppose at the end of the day, 60% of the seats that were won were Sinn Féin votes, or were Sinn Féin, or 60% of the votes went to Sinn Féin candidates. 10% went to basically pro-treaty independent candidates. And that means that 30% of the people who voted in the election voted for neither. And I think if it's not a little bit cheeky to mention that there is a panel on politics going on at the same time as we're here, and you know, to siphon off the Labour aspect of it from the mainstream, I think is problematic, and it sort of speaks to how I suppose politics in the Civil War and Civil War politics are not the same thing. So just to very briefly wrap up by saying Labour did very well. Its best ever vote in its history. It got more of a share of the vote than anti-treaty Sinn Féin, but anti-treaty Sinn Féin ran more candidates and won more than double what Labour got. But Labour's vote, we have to ask ourselves, was it a Labour vote or was it a vote for Labour because they were an alternative? And it's been said that, one person at the time said that it gave the electors the choice of breaking the cold chain of silence that had existed while people didn't have the vote for, or the choice to vote for anyone else. So the 1922 election is absolutely crucial, but it can only be sort of judged, it can't be judged in isolation. And sort of a suggestion that we have a great commemoration for the 1922 election is that I read last weekend seems a little bit OTT. We can't commemorate the arse out of everything, but I do think it is very important, and I do think that we should all appreciate the poor unfortunates who were involved in the count on this day 100 years ago, and tomorrow and afterwards. Thank you very much.
Yes. So thanks to our panellists for these contextualising presentations. So we're opening up the discussion from this point. So I'm going to pose a few questions to some of the panellists here, and you might be gathering your thoughts and thinking about questions you might want to introduce as well, if that's all right. So I'm going to go first to Emmet. We've had looked, I suppose, at those who engaged with the electoral process and so on, and ended up being seen, at least, as being favouring the treaty. So there are other elements of the broader Labour movement and of the left who took a different view in terms of the engagement with the treaty. So could you talk maybe about some of those groups? And
the far left would have been led by the Communist Party of Ireland, which was taken over by, it had been the Socialist Party, and it was taken over by Roddy Connolly, James Connolly's son. And he was quite prescient, really, on the negotiations for the treaty. He said, look, these negotiations are going to end in a compromise. The diehards are going to reject the compromise, and that'll split the national movement. But that'll give us an opportunity to link up with the rejectionists who became the Republicans, and that'll be an opportunity to restore revolutionary conditions, and push on for the revolution. And also, of course, they'll want weapons, and we could get them weapons from Moscow. So that deal did look like it was going to actually come to pass, because the Communist Party of Ireland formed a Red Guard, which is about a dozen people who took part in the Battle of Dublin on the anti-treaty side. But in July 1922, Roddy Connolly goes to London to meet Mikhail Borodin, the agent of the Comintern, the leading agent of the Comintern in Britain, and they agree that they will present a programme to the anti-treaty side, and if the anti-treaty side adopt the programme, they'll get weapons from Moscow. So that is actually the basis of Liam Mellows' notes from Mountjoy. It leads to that. But the paper trail in Moscow kind of peters out, but it seems to me that what's likely is that Moscow chickened out because they were always afraid of the British getting wind of collusion with the IRA, and felt that would jeopardize Anglo-Soviet relations. So I think the deal broke down on that side rather than on the Republican side. The Republicans were quite pragmatic, I think, about working with the Communists at this stage. But that proposal is interesting too, in that it's one of the first examples of tension between the Comintern and the Soviet state. And the Comintern was supposed to promote world revolution, whereas the Soviet state, of course, was supposed to look after the interests of the Soviet Union. And they came increasingly into conflict. And in the 1930s, then Stalin asserted the interests of Soviet Russia over the Comintern. But that is one of the first examples of that kind of tension. Just finally, the Larkinites also kind of rode in behind the communists, though Jim Larkin had his own particular difficulties with the Communist Party. But they also kind of supported the line that we should try and support the Republicans, bankrupt the Free State, and restore revolutionary conditions.
Okay. Thanks, Emmet. Thank you. Can I go to Niamh now, maybe following up some of the points, take the story forward, as it were, after these 17 people were elected and so on, including people like Tom Johnson and T.J. O'Connell, to whom I think you alluded, in the period of the Civil War. How did the parliamentarians, as it were, comport themselves?
I think it's a bit of a tricky one. I think so. The Parliamentary Labour Party were led by Tom Johnson, who, it's fair enough what Emmet says, he was in some ways a terrible leader. No, he was in a lot of ways a terrible leader. If you want a robust person who is very strategic and
Effective.
Effective and charismatic. Okay, but apart from that, he in many ways is a good better parliamentarian than he is a party leader. I think that's probably fair to say. Tom Johnson kind of gets there by default. And I think probably to a large extent, like a lot of people in the trade union movement or maybe politics generally, we all think of, or a lot of the time people think of politics as something that people are sort of striving and will walk over their mothers to get a position or something. But a lot of the time people just end up doing stuff because no one else will. And I think that's kind of what happened to Tom Johnson to a large extent. And he ended up as leader of the Labour Party. He is one of, and I accept what Emmet says about not, you know, he is a bit of a plaster saint. But he is terrifically intelligent. He's I think he's got great integrity. He's a good speaker. He's maybe not, he doesn't box clever very much, but if I was doing a project some time ago along with other people, and they were not historians and they had never looked at the 1920s or anything, and they were reading the Dáil debates, and Tom Johnson shines like a beacon over nearly everyone in the place. Like, he is considerably more intelligent, to put it frankly, than most of the people in there. And when you read his contributions, they really do shine through. But are they effective? Are they useful? I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of waffling on a bit, but what he does to begin with, the Dáil doesn't sit because the government won't call the Dáil, and Labour are pushing on the government to get the Dáil the third Dáil to sit, and they won't do it. And eventually Labour have to threaten that they will resign their seats if the Dáil doesn't meet. And Labour's position on this is that the government is involved, is basically almost a military junta at this stage. That there is no democratic oversight over the state, and that the Dáil has to be recalled. So eventually the Dáil is recalled, and Labour are there. Labour are among people who are keeping an eye over what is being done by the government, but the government has a very solid majority, and they do what they want. They pay absolutely no attention to Labour whatsoever, and Labour tries to change the Free State Constitution to include social and economic rights in it. They oppose draconian legislation. They raise extrajudicial they've raised the murders of people, they raise Ballyseedy, you name it, they raise it. It makes not a blind bit of difference. So I think, I don't know, maybe things would have been worse if they hadn't have been there. But certainly it's very hard to see the brakes being put on anything, or anything progressive being put in. And for the flogging bill, they forced an overnight session, which would have done nothing but keep all of the people who work in the Oireachtas up all night, to be perfectly frank. But, I mean, is it right that they did it? Probably. Do we have sympathy for the workers? Also, yes, we do. So they're in there, they're the main opposition, they're doing their bit. Is their bit very effective? I don't know. It's a bit of a kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Niamh. I did say there was going to be room for audience participation, audience questions and so on. So have we got anybody who wants to say anything now? We have a couple of people there. I think, Aidan, you raised your hand.
Oh, just hang on a second. Niamh, could you give us a sense of what the Labour Party's manifesto was like in 22?
It was quite left, but it was, very progressive, even in terms of a lot of it would be familiar to us now with cost of living stuff, but also anti-militarism, good stuff on education and that kind of thing, because, but I don't know if it was kind of ahead of its time, I suppose, in comparison with any of the rest of them, certainly. I don't know, Padraig, you probably would.
No, you're doing very well.
I'm really not.
Yeah, well, if I can interject here, I mean,
Please do.
it was a kind of standard social democratic kind of manifesto, and they brought out pamphlets like, how to build more houses, which is certainly a very useful thing to know about. And another pamphlet was called, If You Want Your Child to Get a Better Education. But the country was in the middle of a civil war. The economy was collapsing. The trade union movement was under serious attack. The labour movement itself was in an existential crisis. And Tom Johnson was behaving as if he was, your standard social democratic leader in a stable state where, incremental issues like, the housing or the size of the budget and so on, were all important. He was, Niamh makes a good point in that. There was nobody else. They had invited Davy Campbell from Belfast to become political officer and leader of the Congress, but he rejected. He didn't want to move to Dublin. The only other alternative is possibly Cathal O'Shannon, but he might have been regarded as too left-wing for the Labour leadership. So Johnson did get it by default, and he was an excellent parliamentarian. His speeches are very good, but again, as Niamh says, he just was getting nowhere. He was treated with contempt by the government. And the Republicans looked on him as the sort of underbelly of the Free State, and they believed that the more Johnson attacked the Free State, the more they could attack Johnson, because that was what would bring down the Free State. So he was just leaving the party open for attack and criticism, and putting it in a very vulnerable position.
Could you just say on that as well, that the Labour movement as opposed to the Labour Party was very fragmented, that the craft unions by and large were either neutral or pro either Free State or pro anti-treaty because they were the, if you like, the Labour movements in the IRA and in the Citizen Army, obviously particularly in the IRA, and they wanted Labour to abstain. They wanted them to stand aside and let pro and anti. They wanted everyone to abstain. They wanted really the second law to be reinvented so that they could decide the future of the nation. So you had that on one side. On the other side, you had the hard left, for want of a better term, which was fragmented, as Niamh and Emmet have said. Or, they couldn't agree on their policies. And people like O'Donnell, for example, he was arguing that at the very least they should deport Tom Johnson because he's an English spy. And maybe, if he wouldn't go, they should shoot him. So, you've got this ridiculous situation where you're not talking about a coherent movement. You're talking about a Labour Party in the Dáil, which was sort of the top of the iceberg, and then you had all these other groups underneath who were drifting in their own directions according to their own proclivities. I mean, politics was still evolving in the Free State. And as Tom Farron said in the debate where they eventually decided to contest the election, he said, well, Dáil Éireann, when they were going, I went into arbitration meetings, Dáil meetings, and who were sitting there? And there were farmers and businessmen. There were now that's an exaggeration. There were some trade unions there, but there were very few. So a lot of people had a deep distrust of Sinn Féin, but at the same time, they had no alternative, because at the end of the day, the Labour movement was very small. I mean, 7.5% of the total population were in unions at the peak of unionisation. That was falling rapidly by the time of the Civil War. You cannot take over a country democratically with that sort of base. The Russians could do it because, peculiar Russian conditions, which always seem to prevail, but, you couldn't do it in Ireland. We were just still becoming a democracy. And poor old Tom Johnson was thrown in from England, thinking in terms of social democracy.
Yeah.
Couldn't cope.
I think Brian was first. Sorry, Heather. Yeah. So that was your question is thoroughly answered there, Aidan, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think without being too critical, folks, there's a bit of an elephant in the room in terms of you're talking about the weakness of Labour and how terrible they all were. In April 1922, there's a hugely widely supported general strike. Mm-hmm. Now, in 2009, 2010, I remember being at union meetings, and some of us were pushing for the idea of something like this, and we were told constantly, you can't have them. They don't work and no one will support it. So it obviously takes some organisation to have a successful general strike. And there was one in April 1922 against the drift to war, which illustrates, one, the combativity of the labour movement at the time. You've got waves of strikes. Now, a lot of them are being defeated, but, you know, Padraig, when you say, oh, there was only 7.5% in unions, the Irish labour movement were never at a higher peak in that period than they were during the War of Independence in terms of militancy, in terms of growth of membership, organisation of new sectors, and so on. So actually you have, on the one hand, potentially very strong industrial movement, and you also then have this remarkable election result. It is a huge, like in Laois Offaly, Labour gets 45% of the vote. In South Tipperary, in Waterford and Wexford and so on, they get 2 TDs elected in Wexford. What do they have in common, most of them? Most of them are union officials involved in strikes in that area among farm labourers, among workers. It illustrates class consciousness. Now, the problem with this is there's no institutional memory of that in the Irish labour movement for whatever reason. It doesn't celebrate this or discuss it. It always falls back. If you asked anybody in the Labour Party for years, why is the Labour Party so weak in Ireland? The Civil War. People were just interested in the treaty. Communist Party say something very interesting. I mean, Emmet, you know, knows more about this than me, but Roddy Connolly is, you know, they're very anti-treaty. But at the same time, the Communist Party paper says in the summer of 1922, a big percentage of the Irish are apathetic to the struggle. This is particularly true of the landless peasants and the workers in the cities and big towns. In other words, a lot of the Irish working class were not obsessed over the treaty. They were interested in other things, and, you know, and people could see that now. So there is a kind of potential there, I think, in terms of this vote and in terms of that militancy. And it is very confusing because you've got, you know, the Citizens' Army. There's veterans of the Citizens' Army in 1916 who were in the Free State Army in 1922. And again, when we talk about labour, I mean, class is a different thing. Pat McCarthy gave a great talk the other day on the Waterford farm labourers, and he mentioned a memoir of a labourer in the 1960s looking back on the strikes and on the Special Infantry Corps, and the labourer said they were scum, they were mostly tinkers. Now, I find that fascinating because farm labourers were the lowest of the low in Irish society, and yet he's saying that the Free State Army is made up of people even worse than them. And you do see that language thrown about by Republicans at the time. And I think another thing that is, and I'll stop on this, the institutional memory of this in the Republican movement is also deeply skewed by Padraig O'Donnell, essentially. I mean, you're right, Padraig O'Donnell says in one of his memoirs that he told his wife, Lil, that if I'm executed in Finner Camp, you're going to shoot Tom Johnson. Now, that makes absolutely no sense. I mean, why would you shoot Tom Johnson for something that Cosgrave is doing? But Republicans assume that the Labour Party were actually cheering on the executions, where, as Emmet says, the more Johnson denounced the executions, the more Republicans denounced him. So there is a very complex situation, but I think it's not that we're on the brink of workers' revolution, but I think the Labour movement was in a potentially stronger position and actually a much more powerful force in Irish society than our obsession over Civil War politics kind of allows for.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm going to take Heather there before we go we'll come. You'll have an opportunity to answer. Niamh, go on. Yes.
Sorry, Heather Laird here. Brian's actually addressed, and in a much more eloquent manner than I could have. I just wanted to raise that issue as well about agricultural labourers and the activism at that point in time in the early 1920s and the Labour Party. But I think Brian's done it. Preempted me and did it in an extremely detailed way, so I'll just let you address that.
Thanks. So, who wants to respond to points made?
I was only going to throw in a small kind of detail, but it always strikes me that Labour had a sort of hamstrung itself in a sense, because one of the specifications, it didn't really have any institutional presence. It had the trades councils and it had the trade unions and it had the annual conferences, but it didn't really have local organisation branches that people could join, because that was basically, you had to be a member of a trade union. And given, you know, the small amount of people that were in unions that had just been cited, was it 7% or? And falling, yeah. You know, that they were automatically limiting the sort of membership. And when the Labour Women's Council set itself up, they also emphasised that you had to be in a union to be anyway connected to this council. So it meant really that large kind of parts of the population just weren't going to be touched by organisational sort of Labour politics, in a sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Could you just say on the general strike, just quickly, that a one-day strike is not the same as taking on the establishment. I mean, people were sick and tired of the paramilitaries on all sides gunmen, throwing their weight around. In fact, some people were even complaining about the auxiliaries not being in Dublin to keep law and order. The auxiliaries went on strike because they wanted a bigger redundancy package. But they weren't available after the truce. So if you look at the breakdown in the DMP figures, for example, the crime returns, and there's it shoots up in the truce. I mean, there's people being robbed, armed. There was an armed robbery in one house in Mount Merion, and nobody in the house had money on them except the daughter of the house, and she had tuppence in her pocket, and they took the tuppence. I mean, this is how ludicrous it had become. So people went on strike, people protested about militarism because they wanted shut of it. And I think a large part of the people, certainly in Dublin, who voted for the Free State, just wanted shut of all these people, these gangsters who were ruining society. And most of those people were working class people because they were preyed on, as is still the case, more than anybody else because they're the most vulnerable. Yeah. So I don't think you can interpret the general strike. Now, having said that, I am fairly ignorant on the rural area. I mean, I lived nearly all my life in either Birmingham or Dublin, and there aren't many farmers in either place. So, I accept that, and I appreciate it. It's a bit of a blind spot when it comes to rural Ireland.
Padraig, can we stay with you? You referred to the period as already, I think, in your presentation, as one of adversity for unions and of cutbacks in terms of social provision and so on, and of course of wage cuts as well. So can you talk about some of the in the urban areas that you're familiar with?
Sure.
Yeah, in response to that. Yeah.
One of the things was the returning soldiers. I mean, there were 1 million men demobilised, I think, by the end of 1919. They were coming back at the rate of something like 10,000 a week to Britain and to Ireland, and jobs had to be found for them. And one of the, as Emmet, has often said, one of the problems was the perception, right or wrong, that loyalists who'd gone and fought for king and country were now being denied their jobs back by all these Tags who sneaked in and taken their jobs. And that was one of the motives in the pogrom. So you had that problem. You had the war economy was in retreat. The engineering unions, the coal miners, all the strong groups were in retreat or having to take pay cuts. There was a delay in Ireland because of the law and order problem. Employers in Ireland, certainly in the south, were nervous about trying to implement pay cuts here because they weren't sure what would happen on the security front. But it did happen, it had to happen. And the fiercest rearguard action, I think, was in the Dublin dockyards. The Dublin dockyards closed in 1924 eventually because they insisted, they had an agreement they'd always get the Clydeside rate, which was grand until the Clydeside rate started to fall. And they still said, we want the Clydeside rate. So it was closed and it was taken over by one of the big British engineering companies. I can't remember which one now, but I remember going into a Dockers Preservation Society meeting and they were selling these calendars. Vickers Armstrong was that took over the yard. And I said, you do realise that all the men in that photograph, which was taken in 1925 or 6 or something, all those men are scabs. They took your grandparents' jobs because they all came in when all your people stayed out fighting to maintain union rates. So it gets very complicated. Also, the Free State Army was a major employer. It employed 50,000 people, let's speak. When you consider there were 400,000 insured workers in the Free State and 130-odd thousand of them were now out of jobs, 50,000 people makes a difference. And they were, I suspect, I haven't looked at the census, but I suspect a lot of those people, like the former British Army people, were urban, were working class, were lower working class. So maybe they were scum in some people's eyes. And it's interesting that thinkers we use this comparative, think we're bad, think about thinkers. But soldiers are soldiers, and both my father and my grandfather both served in the British Army because there was no other work going at the time. So yes, it is at the very bottom of the food chain, more or less. But just one other thing I say, with nothing really to do with Labour per se, but when the Free State Army or the National Army was set up, to join it you had to have pre-truce service. You had to have fought against the Black and Tans, which was to keep out the Trucileers, basically. But once the war was won in Dublin, and it was militarily won in Dublin, then it became a policing operation, so you brought in as many people as you could. And that's where you had this huge surge of ex-servicemen and others into the army. Some of whom, by the way, sorry, just finish this, some of whom were getting 80% disability payments from the British Army. So it's interesting, you had an army that's, some of its members were 80% incapacitated, but still they got jobs.
Emmet, can we go out, leave the cities for the moment? There's a wave of rural militancy during the period, during 100 years ago, pretty much during the period between the treaty and the Civil War, and extending into the Civil War and even beyond in some instances, the monster Soviets and so on. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, you had a big increase in trade union membership on the land, because for the first time since the Napoleonic Wars, there was a labour shortage on the land because of the food supply crisis, and then the introduction of tillage orders compulsory tillage orders by the government. So workers initially joined they revived the old land and labour associations, but then they soon leave those to join unions, chiefly and overwhelmingly the Irish Transport and General Workers Union. So by 1920, the ITGW has a peak of about 120,000 members, and about half of them are farm labourers. And because the War of Independence paralyses the police, it becomes a lot easier to take direct action. So you get these Soviets. The term Soviet was applied to any form of workers' control, sometimes even a trades council or a strike committee might be called a Soviet. The best known would be, the occupations of factories and creameries, gasworks, and so on, which occurred. Much of it in the Munster area, and a lot of it involving the Cleve Company, which had a lot of creameries spread throughout the Golden Vale district. But you get a slump. You see, people associate this 1922-23 period with the Civil War and forget that there was a serious slump, that there had been a boom during the war and the immediate post-war years when people wanted to buy things they couldn't buy during the war. And then it all starts to go pear-shaped in 1920. 1920 is a bit like 2008. If you remember 2008, everything was going grand in the spring. And it all starts to get wobbly around about September. So agricultural food prices start to fall first, and then you get deflation setting in. Prices are falling, and employers are saying wages should fall too. And Labour says, no, we're going to hold the harvest because wages were so low before 1914, we're going to hold on to what we have. And it's really an existential crisis for trade unionism and agriculture, because they know that they really can't afford to lose strikes. If you lose, that's it. You've lost, your trade union is smashed, and you're back to subsistence wages and very insecure employment. So it's really war to the knife for agricultural workers. And because of the unsettled conditions in the country, and of course the Civil War, the farmers are very conscious of the fact that they need state support in the form of the Guards, the Army, the Special Infantry Corps. So they're kind of attuning their industrial relations response to that, and only willing to act when you've got the state able to back them up, which is why high wages persist in many cases up until the summer of 1923. But it's really a fight to the finish at that stage. And you have an industrial war in the country which moves on in fits and starts from about August 1921 until the end of the big farm strike in Waterford in December of 1923. And that deserves to be part of the public memory as well as the Civil War, because it was really, it was that important. So it was a desperate situation, but ultimately the trade unionism on the land was smashed. And it wasn't revived really until the Workers' Union of Ireland set up the Federation of Rural Workers in the late 1940s. But just a final point on the Labour Party. The big problem the Labour Party has in 1923 is to make itself relevant to all of this industrial unrest and farm strikes and so on. And that's why Labour does so badly in the 1923 election, because it's just not seen to be relevant to the industrial war that's going on. And people said to Tom Johnson, look, will you at least threaten to pull the army or to pull the Labour TDs out of the Dáil unless the government takes the army out of strike breaking? And Johnson wouldn't do that, and he says, no, we've got to put the country first. And that's a familiar refrain, the Labour Party. 1918, we've got to put the country first. Civil War, we've got to put the country first. 2011, we've got to put the country first. Unless you're going to put the Labour movement first, you shouldn't be leader of the Labour Party.
Emmet, just quickly, you mentioned the in kind of passing the role of the state and in relation to these industrial disputes. Could you elaborate a little bit and maybe comment also on the attitude of the anti-treatyites to this Labour militants that you talk about?
Yeah, and the attitude of the state, the state is, W.C. Cosgrave is very keen to get the support of the farmers, especially the kind of the ex-unionist community, who kind of see the Irish Farmers Union as a way of kind of rehabilitating themselves into the new state. And there's a famous cartoon with, a sort of a well-to-do farmer, and he's painting out the sign Unionist Party and painting over it Irish Farmers Union. And that there was that very close kind of linkage between the two. And a great consciousness that they were at the start of a new departure, and now is the time to get rid of militancy out of Irish industrial relations, get rid of, the red flag elements, as they call them, the sort of the vestiges of syndicalism that were still there. The anti-treatyites, they were really very narrowly focused on the constitutional question. You had some like Lee Mellows and Padraig O'Donnell, but they would have been the exceptions. And there is a claim in the Voice of Labour, the Transport Union newspaper, that during the days of the Munster Republic, for the July 1922, you had this sort of notionally independent Republic of Munster, that a number of union officials went to Liam Lynch and said, now's your chance to turn Munster into an industrial commonwealth, a workers' republic, and he just wasn't interested in it. So I think, it's the old story that about reliance on the men of no property. What Wolfe Tone said is that we'll appeal to the men of property, but if they don't support us, then we'll fall back on the men of no property, and that's the kind of traditional kind of Republican approach. Yeah. You try to get the support from the well-connected people first. But if that doesn't happen, then you fall back on the working class.
Yeah, we have a question over at the back here, I think.
We've 3 questions, I think, lined up. So we might fire them off and the panel might take them in turn.
Yeah, okay.
My first remark was for Padraig, really. The church, I think, had a role in standing against the Labour movement, because any association with Russia would have been perceived very poorly by the church community. I recollect our parents praying for the conversion of Russia. So, that link with Moscow and so on, any suggestion of that would have been frowned on, and sort of it would have prevented people from voting for Labour.
A comment and a question. On the Special Infantry Corps and the composition of it, it's worth bearing in mind how it was formed. In January 1923, when it was being set up, they did not recruit specifically for the Special Infantry Corps. It was manned by transfers. Now you put yourself in a position, we say, where you're commanding a unit in Dublin and you're told to transfer 20 men down to this new unit down in the Curragh. Will you be the patriot and send down your 20 best men? Or is it an opportunity to pick the 20 worst who are giving you headaches and send them down? Okay. I leave it to yourselves. Now just a minor question. The relationship between, what kind of relationship was there, we say, between the amalgamated unions and, if you like, the nationally based unions? Were they antagonistic? Were they competitive in terms of recruiting? And to what extent did the British headquarters influence either policy or practice in the amalgamated unions? Bearing in mind, for example, that Tom Johnson took a fair bit of stick because he was British. And how about, he was British born. And was there an element of resentment against the amalgamated unions because they were British controlled?
We have a third question, which we'll take. We're kind of running into the last 6 or 7 minutes now, so, yeah.
Okay, very quickly. We've talked probably a little bit more. One of the big problems for the Labour Party was that its vote was split, like politically, like in the rest of the country. And that was a problem. And we've tended to, on the panel, we've touched more on agricultural Labour militancy on that side of the fence, you know, where it's just clearly anti-treaty and they're coming up against the Special Infantry Corps, which has been mentioned a number of times. But on the transport side of things, with the economic destruction strategy of the anti-treaty side, notably on railway infrastructure, a lot of transport workers were going in the other direction. They were joining the Railway Infantry Corps. And so I wonder, within transport, is the picture somewhat different than the one you're painting?
Okay, there's one more question which we'll take as well before we come back to the panel.
I was just wondering, what impact did the strikes during the Civil War, in particular the farm labourers and the postal workers strike nationally, have on the future of labour relations within the country for the Free State government? And I'm thinking in particular of the dispute on the Shannon scheme a few years later. To what extent did the Civil War actually influence the shape of future labour relations in Ireland?
Yeah. Okay.
Because the
yes.
last question about the church.
Yes, okay, go on.
And it's a Cork angle. As you know, if anyone goes into Holy Trinity Church
yeah.
On the Quays, they'll see the stained glass window to commemorate the role of Father Thomas Dowling in protecting the interests of the workers. And he was elected life president of a Cork Trades Council. I know it was split and came together again, but that is a remarkable tribute to one man. He was chair of the Agricultural Wages Board, but he knew the way to control radicalism was by giving the workers something. And he was very important in Cork and was totally written out of the equation. And the Catholic Church has always played a role as mediators and moderators. And Willie Walsh, the Archbishop of Dublin, basically set out the format for what became the Labour Court in 1945, 20 odd years after he died. That's one. Just very quickly on the transfer of soldiers. Yeah, I've done a bit of work on the railway maintenance protection people who, like the Special Infantry Corps, there was this big difference. When Joe McGrath set up the Railway Maintenance Corps, he went and talked to the Irish unions and said, I want you to agree to your members joining the army. They'll keep their paying conditions, but they'll be under army orders. They'll have to wear uniform if necessary, and they'll have to carry guns to protect the railways, to supplement the army. And all the Irish unions said no. So he went to the NUR, and the NUR said yes. They signed up. Once they signed up, everybody else had to sign up. He went to the railway companies after that and said, look, you're getting huge subsidies to stay in business. You can either keep those subsidies and agree to this, or you can go out of business. And they agreed to stay in business. So it's not the Special Infantry Corps, but it is that other group. And on that, it shows the limits of syndicalism, because in the munition strike, when people refused to carry the army, they had to call it off after 6 months. It was so successful that the country was collapsing. But the army was still operating, because the army had its own transport and its own food and its own infrastructure. The country didn't. It relied on the railway. So there's limits to syndicalism. And sorry, I won't go into the postal workers. Sorry, I'll leave it to
yeah, Emmet, I know that you have a kind of view on with regard to the Catholic Church and the and Labour in the 1920s and so on. And Niamh, I recall an article of yours entitled Catholic Stakhanovites, or is it a chapter? So you might have some observation on that as well. Yeah. So, Emmet, have you anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think there's a big misconception about the church in the 20s. The church did nothing on communism in the 20s. Attitudes towards communism in Ireland were very different in the 1920s, because the church looked on the October Revolution as an opportunity. They thought the Bolsheviks would get rid of the Russian Orthodox Church. Economic problems will soon take care of the Bolsheviks. And then we can move in and convert Russia to Western Catholicism. And people were asked later on in Ireland to pray for the conversion of Russia right? That's interesting. The conversion, not the persecution of the misfortunate Christians in Russia, but their conversion to Western Catholicism. Because right throughout the 1920s, the Pope, Benedict was the 16th, and then Pius the 11th, they were looking for a concordat with the Soviet government, which would allow the creation of a Catholic hierarchy within Russia. So that the message to the bishops was, don't attack the communists. Now that changed in 1929 when, as part of the mobilization for the 5-year plan, Stalin denounced religion and tried to mobilize the atheism in Russia. The Soviets did respond to the extent that there was toleration of Catholics in Russia in the 1920s. That ended in 1929. And then in 1930, the Pope retaliates with a call for what were called expiatory masses to be said in all dioceses throughout the world to atone for the crimes of the Bolsheviks. And that was a signal then for the bishops in Ireland to start attacking the communists. So it's really from 1930 that you have this anathemization of communism within Irish society and politics. But attitudes in the 1920s were very different. The communists were just another political party, far left certainly, but just another party.
Okay, thanks. Do you have anything to add to that, Niamh?
I think that I would broadly agree with Emmet. I think if you look at not even communism, but look at labour in the 1920s and the kind of language that was being used in Voice of Labour by by the party generally, is much further to the left than anything you will see for decades until the 1960s. It's really quite something, and people who are in some ways quite moderate are using very left-wing language. The people that the church are more concerned with at that time are Republicans. So, and if you want to look at sort of who has what has the greater impact on politics, sort of in a religious kind of way, in the years after, it's the church on the anti-treaty side rather than the Labour side. After coming up to 1929, and then you get a Red Scare after that. But certainly at this period, I don't think it's necessarily an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. We had some discussion on Northern Ireland and the shipyard expulsions and so on. So I just think before we finish, we might go back there. Theresa, can you maybe talk about any Labour recovery after that, or the general situation of Labour in the new Northern Ireland state and the aftermath of those expulsions and so on, which obviously had a grievous effect on Labour there?
Well, Labour was quite sort of, in terms of a Labour movement, I suppose, was quite kind of marginalised by the state in Northern Ireland, wasn't it? So it didn't, it wasn't recognised, and they didn't kind of, all the kind of wartime meetings that employers had been compelled to meet and sit down with the unions, that was all swept away, and they didn't really have to pay much attention. I've just been looking at some material, so this is really more impressionistic than anything at the moment, but I was very struck by an amount of organising that was being done in some of the around the north, particularly in the stitching trades, and there's a lot of seems to be quite a lot of effort being put in to organise women workers in places like, well, Derry obviously, but Omagh and some of the other towns around across the north, and particularly through the general workers' unions like the National, was it, of Noel? National Union of...
Noel, yes.
Amalgamated Union of Labour.
Yeah. And I couldn't remember what the A was for. And also the Workers' Union, which kind of was from... So these are both sort of predominantly British-based. And one of the main organisers of this work is a woman who was from Cork, Marion Barry, who had married Pete Curran. So she was always known as Mrs. Pete Curran. But Marion Barry had been, I think she had moved to England or to London and organised in the stitching trades in East London before the First World War. And she always called the trade unions the men's movement.
Okay, right. We've gone a few minutes over.
Not really answering that kind of broad question, sorry.
Yes, indeed.
Which is a major
which emerges in a couple of years, yes, indeed, after that. I do think we have to wind it up now, but we might finish with a last sentence or two from panellists. Obviously, we looked at a number of peaks, I suppose, were referred to with regard to union membership in the early 1920s, an electoral performance, which is for the Labour Party, which I think hasn't since been superseded, and there's a sense in which it was downhill for both in the subsequent period. So Labour didn't weather the treaty, civil war, and so on very well. Is that a reasonable thing to say at this stage in the discussion?
Do you want to comment? Yeah, it was an exceptional time, 1917 to 23, quite remarkable, which is partly why Labour historians are drawn to that period, because there was such a lot going on. And I suppose the challenge is also to try and make it part of the public memory in the way that 1913 has become for many years. One kind of heartening thing about the decade of centenaries was that it did to some extent extend the public memory of Labour into looking at Labour in the War of Independence. And I think, Padraig deserves a lot of credit for that and the way he promoted the engagement of Labour in the War of Independence through his involvement with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. So maybe we could sort of try to consolidate that and try to maybe add a third chapter which would deal with Labour and the Civil War, and particularly the slump, and what was really an industrial war between 1921 and 1923, which has been completely forgotten about and certainly deserves to be remembered. And hopefully this conference is the beginning of a forward march in that respect.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Emmet. Anybody else have a final comment? No? Everybody happy with that? Yeah? Okay. So thanks very much for your attention. Thanks to the panellists. We might give them a round of applause. So I think a wide-ranging discussion which you can carry over into the coffee break if you're so minded. Okay.
Thanks.
Right, bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Diplomacy and Global panel. I'm Mervyn O'Driscoll. I'm just stepping in because we had to do a little bit of a reshuffle. But what we're going to do is we're going to be looking at diplomacy in a global dimension. We're fortunate, I think, to have three leading experts here today on the whole dimension of Irish diplomacy and its role in world affairs. And they'll be looking at different dimensions of Ireland's diplomatic and global interactions during the Civil War and the consequences of the Civil War, I suppose, for Ireland's international position. So first, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Fergal McGarry, Professor of Modern Irish History from Queen's, who has written very widely on history and memory of revolutionary Ireland, and his most recently edited publications are Ireland 1922, Independence, Partition, Civil War, and The Irish Revolution, A Global History. Basically, the format is, this is a conversation. We're not having formal papers as such. Our speakers will give their impressions of the situation as they understand it and have a conversation. Basically, they will speak for 5, maybe to 10 minutes and start exchanging views among the panel and with the audience. So this is not a formal setting. It's meant to lead to engagement. Okay? So firstly, Fergal.
Great. Thanks. It's lovely to be here. Thanks to the organisers for the invitation to come. So, as Mervyn has said, I'm just going to make some loose comments about. I was actually asked to speak about sort of global aspects of the Civil War and the end of the revolution, rather than revolutionary diplomacy per se. So, I'm going to touch on 3 themes. The first is how global factors shape the Irish settlement. The second is to say a little bit about diasporic responses to the end of the revolution and to the Civil War. And then thirdly, I'll just say a little bit about one of the maybe somewhat kind of neglected aspects of the international aspects of the Civil War, which would be emigration during and particularly the decade after the Civil War. So just in terms of global factors shaping the Irish settlement, I mean, it's worth kind of going back to 1919 and looking at the wider context in which the Irish Revolution begins. And of course, across Europe, this is the Wilsonian moment. And the Wilsonian moment, as nations seize this moment of empires collapsing or fragmenting to try and seize self-determination, it plays out in different ways in different areas depending on the relevant factors. And I guess a very important factor that shapes how the Wilsonian moment plays out in Ireland is that the British Empire, almost uniquely across Europe, doesn't collapse. In fact, it actually extends its territorial control after the First World War, whereas most of the other new republics that appear in 1919 and 1920 do so in the context of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and so on. So on the one hand, Irish Republicans are saying, we're like the Poles, we're like the Czechs, we too should have independence, they've won independence, why can't we? But on the other hand, there's this crucial kind of realpolitik in which Britain is never going to allow a republic to emerge in Ireland. So in that sense, the parallels shift from perhaps looking at countries like Poland and Czechoslovakia to actually thinking about parts of the British Empire, such as India and Egypt. I mean, these nationalist movements also turn up at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, asking for self-determination, and of course they get the same refusal to consider this. So I think when we look at different scales, and I've been interested in looking at the international and the global, it brings into focus different factors that shape how the events play out. I think if you look at sort of local events on the ground, you can focus more on kind of local forces. If you're looking at partition or Civil War, you look closely at the forces that are actually involved in that conflict. But I think when you step back and think globally, one of the forces that comes more into focus is the British state and the British Empire as a a major shaper of what's happening in Ireland. And so I think sometimes we can lose sight of how the fundamental building blocks of the Irish settlement, whether it's partition or the treaty, or even the failure of efforts to avert a civil war in the 6 months after the treaty, again and again, these are really shaped by Britain and British imperial interests in important ways. So Britain, for example, prevents, the compromises that could have averted a civil war, a more generous treaty settlement, for example, or a republican constitution, for example. So that's just one theme to think about the sort of how Ireland fits into the sort of the reshaping of the shift from empire to nation states, and I think it's a very interesting and unusual kind of case study. The second theme I just wanted to briefly touch on is diasporic responses to what's happening in the Civil War. There's a lot of disillusionment and shock and confusion about the split, and this begins almost immediately because the Irish Race Congress has been organised for Paris in January 1922, and there's a sense from many of the diaspora, the global Irish, that they hadn't been consulted on the treaty, and they were shocked by the split that it had created. And I think an important context here is just how successful and how important the diaspora had been in supporting the campaign for independence in countries like America, the US and Australia and so on. And so there's this, there's a devastating impact in which there's a kind of a loss of idealism in terms of the strength of the diasporic movements that have been established. On the other hand, it's worth thinking about different countries quite briefly because you see quite different responses. So just to pick a couple, I mean, in Britain, for example, a lot of the Republican leadership are trying to avoid taking positions about the treaty split. But the tensions that play out in very dramatic ways, and perhaps the most dramatic diasporic response to the Civil War could be considered the assassination of Henry Wilson, which in effect kind of triggers the Civil War. And if you look at the US, of course, had become an important field for propaganda and fundraising, and that remains the case in the Civil War, with particularly Republican women prominent in coming over. There's fights then over possession of the consulates, the funds that were raised, the actual organizations that had been set up. And again, very interesting kind of political tension. So, for example, the Irish-American alliance was badly split when De Valera came to the US, with people like Devoy and Cohalan kind of resenting De Valera's leadership. And they sort of tried to outflank him by being more nationalist on issues. But then, as soon as the Civil War split comes along, they actually support the Free State position. So there's a very interesting kind of political tensions and splits that shape responses. But just to summarize broadly, and maybe we'll come back to some of this a little bit later, in terms of some broad themes, I think what you see in America and what you see in Australia and Canada is a lack of understanding about what has caused the Civil War, and a very strong sense that independence had in effect been achieved, so that the Civil War seemed kind of inexplicable. And if you look at, for example, the names of a lot of the nationalist organisations outside Ireland, with the exception maybe of America, where there's a very militant Republican opinion, by and large these diasporic campaigns support Irish self-determination. So they're self-determination leagues. They're not Republican leagues. And one reason for that is the Republic is seen as maybe too extreme or a little bit unachievable. And another important reason, I think, is that the Catholic Church, which is very Irish in a lot of these countries, also looks askance at the radicalism of a Republican, feels that self-determination is enough. And that's kind of crucial then in understanding Irish reactions to the international Irish reactions to the treaty, because it's seen as essentially delivering what had been asked for, which is self-determination. Anyway, I feel like I've gone on a little bit too long, so I might come back in later about emigration, and just, I don't want to hog proceedings too much.
Okay, well, we can talk a little bit more about immigration, but there's plenty of food for thought there. Next, we have Dr. Michael Kennedy, who's executive editor of the Royal Irish Academy's Documents on Irish Foreign Policy, which is effectively a major source for a study on Irish diplomacy. And he's a very, very active historian, author of multiple books at this stage, a wide variety from diplomatic to political and military history. And most recently, he's written the centenary history of Irish foreign policy, Ireland, A Voice Among the Nations, with his colleagues in Documents on Irish Foreign Policy, John Gibney and Keith O'Malley. But he retains a strong interest in lighthouses, as I've been discussing with him over many years, running off regularly from the archives in Bishop Street to interview people and meet lighthouse keepers and get the untold story of Irish lighthouses, a very diverse interest. So Michael will be talking about, as I understand it, the Irish diplomatic service, the revolutionary service, and the impact of civil war on it.
Thank you, Mervyn, and again, a pleasure to be here and to meet you all, and to build on what Fergal has said there, and look more at diplomacy as a concept, and also at diplomacy as in where is Ireland structured diplomatically, situated diplomatically during the Civil War. And I think you wouldn't have had, potentially, given what Fergal has said there, a civil war without diplomacy. The Civil War is the failure of diplomacy in action. The Dáil Foreign Service set up in 1919 is arguably, if you want to be very kind of Puritan about it, a failure. It fails to get Ireland admitted to the Paris Peace Conference. It was never going to succeed in that anyway. And at its first big outing, the treaty negotiations, it fails, because the treaty is not the Republic. And, Fergal, you were talking about that as well, that it's, okay, self-determination, it's Commonwealth status, it's Dominion status. But you could argue, quite convincingly, I think, that diplomacy and the failure of diplomacy leads to a situation where, because of the treaty as it is brought back from London, divisions of opinion over that treaty, which lead to civil war, are, become the product of the failure of diplomacy. So diplomacy begins, Irish diplomacy begins with a rather inauspicious start in this civil war context. And then civil war creates the context in which Irish diplomacy is seen for at least a generation, until the outbreak of the emergency. Diplomacy is seen as a failure. Why does Ireland need a diplomatic service? Well, you failed in the treaty negotiations. Only great powers have diplomatic services. Ireland is not a great power. We're not an imperial power. We don't need diplomats. And you'll find some fairly unsavoury, indeed racist references in Dáil debates in the 1920s to what a diplomat is and how a diplomat from a small state goes out and comports themselves. So I think that's one of the initial issues there when we're looking at the history of Irish foreign policy. It's born in that cauldron of the Civil War. It's forged by it. And it creates a situation where diplomacy is something of a dirty word in the Irish Free State, up until the emergency, when diplomacy is seen as one of the ways that neutrality is ensured during the years of the Great Test, as it was called many years ago, an edited collection on that period, that diplomacy is Ireland's major weapon during the emergency to ensure that the safeguarding of neutrality. So the position, really, I think, where we start at as well, is that the diplomatic service, as the Civil War begins, has a problem. The Department of Foreign Affairs is set up under the Dáil Constitution. It has no precursor in the British establishment, as, say, the Department of Finance had. And it makes itself by bringing together diplomats by accident and sending them across the world, missions sent out by the Dáil administration. But many of these diplomats are not diplomats in the sense of being civil servants. They don't have, and this was brought up briefly, I think, by Felix Larkin in the last session, the stability of a civil service in the Dáil period. The civil servants are politicians, they're politicised. And so The Dáil's envoys feel that they ought to have a position, a personal position over the treaty. There's an attempt to create a centralised diplomatic service following instructions from Dublin, but it's not quite that way on the ground. And so when the treaty is passed in those months from December 1921 up to the outbreak of the Civil War, the individuals representing Ireland overseas take their own views on the treaty, and the diplomatic service splits. So the loss of personnel is the first impact of the Civil War. Harry Boland, Leo Carney, Sean Noonan, Robert Brennan, Maura O'Brien, a group of very skilled diplomats who could have been very useful to the Irish Free State are lost through the split. The department has to set itself up again, and it's a difficult status for any state, issue for any state, to set up a diplomatic service. And setting it up within the midst of a split and a civil war is particularly problematic for Joe Walsh, the new Secretary General of the department who takes over from Robert Brennan. He has to found the basis, the core of a pro-treaty diplomatic service. And then he has to go out and he and his colleagues, Sean Murphy, Sheila Murphy, Sean Lester, Frank Cremens, have to go out and promote the Irish Free State, but in a context where the Irish Free State has no international identity yet. The provisional government is not internationally recognised throughout its existence. It's a domestic construct to bring the treaty into existence. So the Dáil Éireann Foreign Service is hobbled and hobbled and hobbled from the start, is what I'm trying to suggest to you, in a period where, as Ireland descends into civil war, it's got to go out and promote that the Irish Free State that's going to come into being is a stable state, is not what we would call now a failed state, and that it is a state that can appear on the international stage as a functioning entity. So there are multiple problems in establishing a diplomatic service for any state. And then factor in the problems caused by civil war, the foreign press reporting on the destruction of central Dublin, the take on the executions internationally, particularly in the diaspora, that this is not a good thing to carry out. And all these factors link together, and I want to bring my opening remarks to a close here, in the need to promote Ireland internationally. So diplomacy during the Civil War period means countering the possibly prevalent thought that the Irish Free State will fail. And the way to solve that is to get admission to the League of Nations, to prove that Ireland is a sovereign, independent state. Nobody really understands what dominion status is. There's where the stepping stone analogy works. Use dominion status to try and become a sovereign, independent state as a member of the League of Nations. But then again, the Civil War causes a problem, because the League Secretariat says that a core tenet of the League of Nations is disarmament, and the National Army is deemed too big a military construct to allow Ireland to become a member of the League of Nations. Ireland is overarmed in 1922 into 1923. So the Civil War there causes trouble for diplomacy. And even if these problems have to be overcome, the anti-treatyite side of the diplomatic service that split in early 1922 is still out talking, propagandizing, publicizing the Republic, taking the anti-treaty side. That has to be countered by the diplomatic service of what becomes the Free State. So I'll end my remarks there by saying that there are these so many factors where diplomacy is incredibly problematic for the young Irish Free State. The Department of Foreign Affairs today is born in that difficult period where diplomacy is tested, is seen to have failed by some, then has to come back and forge an international identity in a period where the entity that it's trying to promote does not have an international identity. And I hope you're following me on that, because it's very, very complicated in those first 12 months to 18 months of the existence of the Irish Free State, trying to get that message across to the nations of the world that Ireland exists, that Ireland is independent, and as a dominion, it is going to take its place amongst the nations of the world as a successful independent state. So I'll leave it there for the time being, Mervyn. Excuse me.
Thank you, Michael, for another very comprehensive overview from a different perspective, so that's very useful. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Bernadette Whelan, Professor Emeritus from the Department of History at University of Limerick. She has published extensively, I guess, in modern Irish history, but in particular, her interests lie in American-Irish diplomatic relations, and she's published most recently in 2021, Irish and American Diplomacy in Times of Crisis, 1932-39. But she has extensive publications examining Irish-American relations. She's also co-editor of Documents on Irish Foreign Policy and a member of the Royal Irish Academy. So you will hopefully give us insights into the critical Irish-American dimension.
Thanks very much, Mervyn. And morning, everybody. I was delighted to be invited to be on this panel. So we've had two wonderful introductions there to going from the global to more of the sort of general context of in terms of diplomacy. And I would just want to give you some ideas around what I want to look at is diplomacy in action. In other words, the day-to-day activities of these diplomats on the ground in the United States. And in particular, I suppose, the first question could be, why America? Why are we looking at this from this Anglophone perspective again? And I think the key thing to remember is that America is regarded, and we're talking about the United States of America, is regarded by what would be both sets of diplomats, the anti and the pro-treaty side, as the premier outpost, as the major capital in the world where Ireland should have influence and where it should be able to achieve some of its objectives. And this really is in place, not just 1916, but prior to 1916 as well, and continues through. So the premier outposts for Ireland, for the Irish Republicans, is the United States, after that London, and then after that would be Geneva. And indeed, even we know during the Civil War that De Valera tells Art O'Brien, his envoy in London, his anti-treaty envoy in London, that he wants a network set up between what he wanted was Washington, London, and the Vatican. So the United States really is key. Now, there are all sorts of things to discuss around De Valera's attitude to the United States, and which has both personal, ideological, and political dimensions to it. I've argued elsewhere that he has this kind of mythical view of the United States from a very early stage, but that I think we can talk about another time. So in the sense, the importance of looking at America, it's not something that we're overstating, it's not something that we're exaggerating. It is as I said, regarded by both sets of diplomats as the key area. To move on, in terms of the effect of the treaty on the United States, and to pick up on Michael's point, and more generally on Fergal's point, the Irish-America diaspora, as we know, split along many of the same lines as the Republicans in Ireland on the treaty. And most Americans, and when I'm talking about Americans, I think we've got to be clear here as well. Who are we actually talking about? Okay? Remember, the Irish diaspora in 1920 is about 5 million if you include third and fourth generation. The high point for membership of Irish-American Republican organizations is in 1919, 1920, 1921, where it does hit probably, I think Frank Carroll says it's around 700, 800,000. It has dropped after the treaty is signed. It drops to around 100,000, okay, active members. And the majority of those are in the American Association for the Recognition of an Irish Republic, which is De Valera's organization that he had set up as to counter his America First opponents, Cahalan, McGarrity, etc. So the proportion of Irish Americans who you could call are active. You know, once the treaty, after the treaty's been signed, and as you're moving into the Civil War period, is actually a very small proportion of the total of what you might call the Irish American diaspora. Okay, so we need to keep that in perspective, that context all the time when we're talking about Irish America from now on, and I would argue right through to 1939. The other context to keep in mind is the everyday issues, therefore, that many of these Irish Americans that they are dealing with. It's nothing to do with Ireland. From their perspective, the treaty has been signed, the violence is ended, they don't know the difference between a free state and a republic. But as far as most are concerned, it is peace. There are, of course, still, as I said, those 100,000 who are within themselves divided, who take positions on the treaty and will continue to support the pro and anti-treaty side in active ways. Okay? And we can talk about that, I think, in the context of what Fergal was saying about how Irish Americans, I think, if I understand, don't understand what's happening in Ireland. But you could similarly say that the Irish Republican leadership in Ireland don't understand what's happening in Irish America either. And they don't understand those developments. So when you, just to focus on that other slight context, and I'll finish just on these early points, what else is going on in America in 1922? There's still the Red Scare. There's still the fear of radicals, of aliens, as they call them, of those individuals involved in the labour movement. There's a file on De Valera called Red Republican, an FBI file. And the FBI are still monitoring, and they have surveillance, which Smitty, and we'll come back to Smitty, whom we must come back to because he is a UCC man. And so within America, for Irish Americans' daily lives, their concerns are bread and butter. And more particularly, as President Harding has gotten in when he's president by now, his Attorney General, the corrupt Harry Doherty, he's much more interested in reversing a lot of those liberal reforms that Wilson had introduced, minimum wage, child labour, and he's reversing those. He's very much siding also when there are court cases with management in the United States. So the day-to-day issues for the majority of Irish Americans, and if you look at their representative organisations, leaving aside the Republican organisation, leaving aside the radical Republican Irish American organisations, the Catholic Church, the Democratic Party, the AFL, their labour movement, those three are now, the majority are quietly supportive of the Free State, and in some cases, more than that. So the organisations that affect their daily lives, the issue has been solved for the majority of them. So I think they're the two contexts we have to keep in mind when we're talking about Irish America, the Irish American diaspora, and keep in mind the complexities of the situation there. And that's the situation that Tim Smitty comes into and his colleagues when he arrives in the United States in March 1922. I'll come back to that again, if I may, Mervyn, and I'll finish there.
Sure. Thank you very much, Bernadette, for a very good overview of the situation. I'm sure there are lots of questions and observations that people may have on this. Okay.
If I might just expand a little bit on Bernadette's last point about America. It's kind of, I think one of the interesting things about taking the Irish Revolution beyond Ireland is that it brings into focus that there are very different perspectives and understandings of core ideas, such as, you know, for example, what the revolution was for. So if you look at Australia, for example, I mean, most of the Irish in Australia aren't Irish-born. You know, they're descendants. The ones who are Irish-born, and Daniel Mannix, the Archbishop of Melbourne, is a very sort of striking example, often tend to be a little bit more Republican. But generally, the Irish in Australia, when they look at what's happening in Ireland, they kind of think that Ireland should be more like Australia. That is, that it should be a dominion, that you can have a kind of a dual loyalty, a loyalty to Ireland, but also a loyalty to empire. And so when Irish Australians come together with Irish Republicans at the Paris Race Congress in 1922. In some cases, just quite strong conflicts. For example, some of the Irish in Australia are accused by Irish Republicans as having a slave mentality because they don't really see what the problem is with accepting the treaty, swearing an oath to the king, being part of the British Empire. And so, I mean, on one level, this is just very interesting that there are these very different understandings of Irish identity and Irish independence. But it's also quite important in looking at sort of the very dramatic kind of consequences of the treaty split and civil war across the Irish world. So, for example, Bishop O'Farrell in Australia says, "You can form no idea of the depression and humiliation in the sentiments of Irish Australians at the state of things in Ireland. I don't think anything will restore that." David Brundage, who looks at Irish and American opinion, talks about how the Irish Republican movement, which had been so powerful in 1920 and 1921, seems to collapse almost overnight. And so you have this a pretty emotional response, you know, disgust, embarrassment, shame. And this, it kind of plays into some of what Michael was talking about earlier in terms of the idea of the importance of proving that Ireland can run itself, that Irish people can, the Irish abroad from becoming very proud about the Irish struggle for independence and how well it's conducted, become sort of ashamed and embarrassed and confused. And a lot of these people sort of withdraw from political activism. So you have what potentially could have been a really powerful kind of global Irish political movement, which sort of tends to turn into things like charity and cultural movements and so on. You have this kind of collapse of what had been a very powerful political alliance as a kind of largely an emotional response to just the collapse of what had been a tremendous national effort.
And if I could build on that, Mervyn, if it's all right, that the diaspora is then forgotten by the Free State Foreign Service and by Irish diplomacy, really up until Mary Robinson's presidency, I think. You know, the diaspora aren't trusted anymore because they have not supported the state in certain aspects. They've caused all these problems for Smithy in New York and then in Washington. And the diaspora are damaged goods. And the problem in this period, just building on that as well, is that all of what we're talking about here is that the Minister for External Affairs, George Gavin Duffy, and later Desmond Fitzgerald, who replaces him, their policy is we have to create a situation where Ireland is seen to be internationally strong enough so that the Brits don't come back. And Gavin Duffy makes this very clear, and there's a very important memorandum that he writes in June 1922. And that is kind of the basis of it. We must promote ourselves on the international stage and become incrementally stronger with every passing day, so that there is no case that, despite what mutterings there are in London, that there will be a British return to power in Ireland. Ireland must succeed internationally, and that's why diplomacy is so important in this period. There's possibly another problem as well, and it links into what Bernadette was saying, was that because of the concentration on Irish America, there's a failure in Irish policy towards America in general in the interwar years, perhaps up to the 1970s, to understand the workings of Capitol Hill and understand the workings of America as a country in itself outside the diaspora. I don't know what you think of that, Bernadette, but like this sense that we're so focused on the diaspora in America that we miss the bigger picture when it comes to American politics.
Yeah, I mean, one of the continuous themes in, for example, Collins, when Tim Smithy is sent out in February, March 1922, just to focus on the Civil War period for now, the instructions that he's given by Gavin Duffy and also by Michael Collins. Remember, he's sent out initially as what's called a fiscal agent. He was to study American financial systems. And in addition to that then, he was to try and unite Irish America. And then it expands beyond that, in other words, to heal those divisions that had occurred when De Valera was there. But beyond that then, he's also given the instructions to try and prepare for our entry to the League of Nations, to try and get some information on what would be the imminent immigration laws that are about to be introduced into in the United States, would be introduced in 1924. This was the National Origins Act that introduced the whole idea of quotas. And he's also told to try and ensure that you get influence beyond Irish America. That's a theme that Smithy, Michael McWhite, less so Robert Brennan, though he thinks he's doing it, from 1938, that they pursue themselves. And they do it off their own bat. So they are aware on the ground of the importance of getting, of widening the appeal of the Irish issues. And their failure is that they continue to work through prominent Irish Americans, particularly the White House. And they really don't form proper strategic alliances within the two major parties. And even when they do, as they did on the League of Nations, it dismally fails. So when we're looking at somebody like Smithy, he has a very specific agenda, particularly when the Civil War really gets going after June, to counteract the anti-treaty forces in the United States. But there is also an awareness of this broader agenda as well, which is quite progressive, as a goal or as an aim. Get us support beyond Irish America. It's important that we influence people. And Smithy, despite the few resources that he had, which largely centre on himself, he does this quite successfully. He immediately starts talking in universities, in schools, writing articles, not just for Irish American newspapers, but beyond, and trying to get as much support as he can. So even though, as Michael said, and I would agree that they don't do so well in the long term at it, there is an attempt on the ground at least, an awareness at least of the importance of gathering support among the wider American public.
Because I think that's what it's trying to, I see Tommy has a question there, but just to bring in a point there, that underneath all of this that we're talking about, underneath all the problems of Civil War diplomacy, there are the policies that a diplomatic service would wish to introduce, particularly in America, promoting Ireland as a tourist destination, getting transatlantic liners calling back in at Cove, that they'd, back to the lighthouses, that the IRA campaign against lighthouses during the Anglo-Irish War had stopped to an extent liners, transatlantic traffic coming into Cove. There's talk about aviation policy developing in the early 20s. So all of these ideas that are in there to promote Ireland, to promote the Irish Free State overseas, are being put on the back burner because of the immediate need to counter the anti-treaty Foreign Service, to get the Sinn Féin funds back into secure control by the Free State, and undo the damage caused by the international press reporting on the fighting in central Dublin and the destruction of areas of the city and other areas of the country.
I think it's an important point. I think just to go back to your earlier point, Michael, too, about this notion of like what the Department of Foreign Affairs and what the Irish government were trying to project is a really important question. I mean, it's a new state. What was its identity going to be? And of course, they have very grandiose ideas, but they essentially become derailed because of the Civil War circumstances. But I think one important idea is that idea that Ireland can be the first of the small nations, which, we can probably look at that now and say it's really over-exaggerating what Ireland's role would be. But it was genuinely felt by revolutionaries that Ireland could have a particular kind of mission, a particular kind of destiny, and that it could become a sort of a focal point for a kind of anti-imperial perspective in international politics. And you can see how elements of that plan do sort of come into being. De Valera, for example, in the 1930s, using the League of Nations very effectively to advocate collective security for small nations and for neutrality. And actually, as Ireland develops from being a sort of unwilling part of the British Empire in 1922 to essentially becoming independent and fully independent in 1949, that's a really interesting journey for a lot of other nations, particularly nations within empires, particularly the British Empire, but across Africa and Asia. There's a lot of interest in how Ireland could make not so much the revolutionary period is important and interesting, but also the post-revolutionary peaceful evolution to full independence is something that's really interesting to a lot of imperial and colonial movements. The other aspect I just wanted to mention about identity, so that's one potential identity, Ireland as a sort of anti-imperial kind of world leader. The other one, though, it goes back to the speech that you mentioned, Mike, with a really interesting speech by Minister George Gavin Duffy, and he talks about how Ireland must prove we're a nation and not a rabble, which Dermot Ferreter takes as the title for his History of the Revolution. I think that's a really important idea. Like, what is the identity that Ireland must project abroad? It's a sort of almost like a post-colonial pursuit of respectability to show that we can be as ordered, we can be as civilized, we can run things as efficiently as, you know, an imperial power. And I think in some ways that's quite a problematic identity, because it chimes with the other idea about Ireland's uniqueness, which of course is it's a Catholic nation and a Catholic state, and it can be like the first modern Catholic state. And so you have a sort of a politics of respectability and a discourse of respectability which takes the form of quite a lot of moral and gendered kind of positions, and I think that becomes problematic. We don't normally think of those things when we think of diplomacy, but if you think about how Ireland projects itself as a cultural entity abroad, it's true things like the Tailteann Games and the Eucharistic Congress, which project a very specific, quite moral vision of the nation that Ireland perceives itself to be, or at least wants to be seen as abroad. And I think in some ways that's really problematic in terms of the logic of that and how it shapes quite moral, kind of moral regulation and censoriousness in Ireland to live up to a pretty unrealistic and idealistic standard of civilization.
And I should say, like, no, we're going to questions. Sorry, Bernard.
Yeah, no, can I just come in on one thing there? I think you make a really good point there, Fergal, about this notion of the vision that Ireland wants to project abroad. I mean, when the executions begin in autumn 1922, Smitty is writing home, and he's really very cautious, but he said, this is not going down well with Irish America at all. It's not going down well with, for example, there was the Catholic intellectual, Constantine Maguire, who says to him, these executions have to stop. Even among your own supporters, your Free State supporters, it's causing problems. And if you were to start executing women, in particular, that would be even more difficult for us. And it's not just Maguire, the Catholic intellectual, but it's also people like Hugh O'Dwyer in Chicago, you know, a prominent Irish American in Chicago who's firmly behind the Free State, who comes out with exactly the same thing. You're making it difficult for us. By particularly those two actions, generally the executions, and more specifically if you're going to start. So those gender things, you know, the gender and the Catholic aspect of it, you know, they come through on the ground as well in terms of the way diplomacy is playing out. Sorry, Tommy.
Tommy, I think Tommy needs to come in, yes.
Just 2 points, right? First is on Michael's point about the failure of diplomacy with the United States, you know, but the thing is, just like the tango, you know, it takes two to engage in diplomacy. I mean, in a way, wasn't this outside their control, because the United States adopted an isolationist position, didn't join the League of Nations, you know, so really they were swimming against the tide there. That's my first point, just for discussion, right? Second one is on the question of, you know, Woodrow Wilson's idea of self-determination for small nations. Now, a cynic would say that was just a cover for the Allies to carve up the defeated empires. But the British, at this stage, as I understand it, their definition of self-determination was self-determination for the white dominions, you know. And in the end, they tried to shoehorn Ireland into that slot, you know. Just as a counterfactual, like, supposing the Irish delegation had gone to Paris in 1919 looking for dominion status, what sort of a reception would they have gotten?
I think that's fascinating. I think they'd have got the same reception, that we're here to do business dealing with the defeated empires. We're here to sort out the problems of peace, not the problems of the future. We leave Ireland's position to the next imperial conference, bring it in there.
So what you're saying, Michael, is we would have had to fight for dominion status as well, which is what we got.
Arguably, yes, and which is the last thing we want, you know. And the Australian dimension that Fergal was bringing in there is fascinating, because the Australians are having that debate amongst themselves as well at this stage. What are we? What do we want to be? What does dominion status mean for us, particularly after the experience of the First World War? The thing about it takes two to tango. Yeah, it does, and that's really the problem for Ireland in the first, let's say, 6 years of its diplomatic service. That the point I was going to make there was that Ireland does get into the League of Nations, we haven't mentioned that yet, in September 1923, and it's seen as the first of the small states. It's seen as a big step for a state that has defeated Britain in a war to come in to Geneva. Now, these are all very simplistic terms, but that's the way it's perceived at the time. And Ireland has a great difficulty finding dancing partners in international diplomacy because nobody knows quite who or what they're dancing with. And it comes back to dominion status, that nobody understands what dominion status is. Germany thinks, oh, Ireland is some sort of glorified county council sort of thing. The French aren't particularly interested. America has its own view of Britain's special relationship and that it doesn't really want to deal with Ireland. So Ireland is having to kick and push out all the time to find someone to dance with, and their Smithy is particularly important in this. He mightn't be a man you'd want to dance with if you've seen a picture of him, but he becomes Ireland's first Minister Plenipotentiary, Ireland's first accredited diplomat to the United States in 1924. That's another big step forward. So that the whole issue there is, well, people mightn't want to dance with you to keep labouring on this, but if you get out there on the dance floor, you issue your passports, you begin to sign treaties, you get people out there in your own name, somebody might just notice you and you'll stop being a wallflower.
I think, the Wilson question is important in terms of, and also the isolationism.
Yes, just to respond to your point about Wilson, Tommy, which is an excellent point. I mean, President Wilson was really clear about there had been a complete misunderstanding of the Wilsonian moment. It was intended for the defeated nations and no one else. And he was exasperated by all these other delegations, because it wasn't just the Irish, it was delegations from all over the world coming to him asking for these things. He's like, we are simply redrawing the boundaries of the defeated nations. It's a very specific kind of thing. But, and you can see some really interesting reflections from him and also his Secretary of State, Lansing, who talks about how once you've unleashed this idea of self-determination, I think he talks about he uses it's like political dynamite. You're unleashing all these forces that can't be satisfied. I mean, I think what's happening in terms of the dynamic here is how do you square self-determination with empire? And so even Britain and France are forced, after President Wilson, makes his famous 14-point speech, even Britain and France are forced to say, yes, well, we agree that countries should be ruled by the consent of the people who live in them. But how do you square that then with the continuation of empire? So I think you have all these new formula coming in. You've got like mandates to justify Britain and France taking control of the Middle East. You've got partition, a very specific modern form of partition coming in places like Ireland and Transjordan as part of that post-war securing of imperial territory. And Irish partition is seen as really successful by Britain, so successful that it sort of influences the thinking for Palestine in the 1930s and India in the 1940s, because it's seen as a really useful way of reconciling different nationalities at odds with each other within imperial structures. So I think a crucial point about this is Britain in 1921 is not giving independence to Ireland. It's saying, and it's also not doing what happens after World War II. It's not an imperial retreat. They're figuring out how do we reconfigure imperial power so that we can have some kind of form of self-determination within these states, but they stay firmly within the empire, and we strengthen rather than weaken the empire. So I think there's something really quite cynical, and it helps you to understand maybe anti-treaty Republican opposition to the treaty, because they see it as essentially a perpetuation of imperial power. But then I think something happens, which is that in the 1920s and 30s, what was the empire becomes the Commonwealth, and instead of being an imperial hierarchical kind of structure, it becomes genuinely a more egalitarian body of international nations. And I think Ireland is really crucial to this. The first ever legal usage, I think, of the word Commonwealth rather than empire comes in the Anglo-Irish Treaty. And so that kind of process of the empire becoming something more egalitarian it takes place not just in Ireland, but because of Ireland, and Ireland working with the other restless dominions, or the white dominions, to go back to your point about Yeah. So I think that's so in other words, one of the great tragedies, I think, of the Civil War split is that anti-treaty Republicans felt that they were going to be permanently locked into this imperial solution when history, showed anything but the case. Collins was perfectly right in saying, the stepping stone is possible because of the nature of how we can build on self-determination. But, no one had a crystal ball in 1921. No one could predict the future of, imperial and international relations.
I'm sorry, I think we just go to the audience. There's a question. Yeah.
Sorry. Hi, really interesting panel. This is Sam Beckton, Ulster University. Just want to first say to Michael, what you first said to my Free State diplomacy might have first seen as a failure. Could it be seen as ultimately a success? Because if you think about it, yes, like Fergal just mentioned, the first word the Commonwealth is used in the Anglo-Irish Treaty, but later on you could argue that due to pushing the limit to what is the Dominion status, helps create the Statute of Westminster, which helps ultimately lead more into the collapse of the British Empire in the long term. So ultimately, it was like they had a greater success of fighting back the British through diplomacy than they ever did through conflict in that regard for that diplomacy. And the question to the panel, why was it that Irish nationalists or Irish Republicans were more successful at developing this international network, like we've seen the self-determination leagues in Australia and Canada, as explored by Stephen Egan at Queen's in his recent thesis, and why wasn't Ulster Unionists able to do the same thing? Because there were a number of Irish loyalists in these dominions as well, other parts of the British Empire of the world.
Okay, who wants to take that?
Well, will I answer the one directed at me and give you guys a bit of time to think? Yeah, I think it depends on where you're coming at from the perception of the failure or the success of diplomacy. I do think they're a very successful generation of diplomats. And had the men and the few women of the 1920s not been so successful as in their diplomatic careers, particularly at the League of Nations, the successes of Irish foreign policy at the UN after 1955 would not have occurred. Ireland would not have been elected to the Security Council in 1961. Peacekeeping in the Congo might have been very, very different. So, Ireland got its place amongst the nations successfully and promoted it, and what we've been talking about this morning, because of the successes at diplomacy of the men and women of the diplomatic service. They are good diplomats. Sean Lester becomes the last Secretary General of the League of Nations. League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig. Fred Boland, who joins the service in 1929, is potentially put forward as the successor to Dag Hammarskjöld as Sec Gen of the UN. Edward Phelan, actually, I should mention at the International Labour Organisation, Waterford-born international civil servant. There are Irish men and women out there internationally on Team Ireland, if I can use that contemporary view or that contemporary phrase that no one from the 1920s would ever have thought of. So I think it depends on where you're coming from. I'm taking kind of an extreme point there in starting of saying, look, the treaty is not a success, but then look at who you're negotiating with or negotiating against. The appeal to the Paris Peace Conference, building on Tommy's question there, yeah, that's only going to go in one way. But the successes are the bond drive in the US, the propaganda, the Doyle Publicity Department. And I think if that answers your question, yes, there are definite successes there. But the perception in the 1920s, for which look at Doyle debates in particular, is that diplomacy was seen to fail in the Doyle-Éireann period. And thus, does Ireland really need a Department of External Affairs, which is a question that's continually discussed up until the outbreak of the Second World War. So maybe that's bought you guys a bit of time to come in on the second bit of the question.
I think in terms of those, your question about the successful international network, I'd perhaps leave the unionist bit to Fergal. I think one of the key things to remember as well about Irish nationalism, stroke republicanism, and one of its distinctive features really is that it is an international outlook. Really, you could say from the 17th century onwards. The Confederation of Kilkenny is sending out envoys, it's receiving envoys. You take it then further into the 17th, 18th century. There's this looking abroad for assistance, to French and the Spanish. And then as you go into the 19th century with the diaspora obviously forming greatly in the United States to the Americans. So they have an international outlook. And I think that is one of the key of the successes. So therefore, within the diaspora, throughout the 19th century in particular, there are individuals that they're able to talk to, and as those fraternal organisations develop, that they're able to make contact with. And the other thing I think is that Jerry what's her name? Keown's work as well. His wonderful book. I mean, he clearly articulates how, in the late 19th century, that there's already a respect for the rule of law, international agreements, those principles that underpin the international system and order. They're already present within many of the minds of the Irish Republican leaders. I mean, even before the conference is going to be in Versailles, 1917, 1918, you have Irish Republican leaders looking towards the post-war peace settlement to solve our problems. So they're all automatically already looking out. So therefore, in terms of, why is this a successful network? I mean, you can argue for and against, but in many ways it already has an international outlook. And therefore, when you're moving in then with the Foreign Service has been established, it's in so many locations. I mean, there's also the places we haven't talked about. I mean, the leader of the anti-treaty side in the United States, who arrives in 1922 to usurp Timothy Smithy, is Lawrence Gunnell. And remember, he had been in Argentina during 1919, 1920. I mean, he doesn't do particularly well, but he does have high hopes for making connections with those rich farming Irish Argentinians who had come from Wexford and the southeast of the country, had emigrated from there to Argentina. He's hoping to have a bond drive there and a fundraising, and he's hoping to raise over $500,000. I mean, doesn't get on particularly well, but there were those aspirations all the time. So it's not just this kind of localized nationalistic view with a focus on the internal and the domestic. There's all the time this desire to have this wider network and the realization that it's important to have a presence. And then within that anti-treaty, I mean, that network, small and all as it is, it still has individuals and it feels it has support, not just in London through Art O'Brien, but you have Donald McHale in Genoa, and those other places that Michael had mentioned, France, Spain, and elsewhere. So, that network that's already there. I mean, the irony of it, of course, is that those great beginnings and those great aspirations are sadly reduced because the department then is in a fight for survival. Even the idea that was suggested that the department should be completely done away with, should come under the President's department. And the plans that it had to expand into places in Asia, in South America, are all abandoned until much later into the post-Second World War period. So the aspirations are there, the resources don't follow, but that international mentality on the ground, I think, does assist in making it and in ensuring it does have this, as you mentioned, the phrase you used in your question, this international network that is quite successful at maintaining.
Just to go back to Samuel's interesting question about the differences between Irish nationalists and Irish unionists beyond Ireland. I mean, I think there's some significant differences in the sort of the profile of the two communities. I mean, obviously there's massive Catholic emigration from the famine, and that just creates this numerically powerful but also concentrated diaspora. I think like late 19th century, maybe 1 in 4 people in Manhattan are Irish born. I mean, it's probably the biggest centre of Irish population outside Dublin. So you have a population centred in America, which conveniently becomes the global superpower after the First World War, so that places the Irish in a very privileged position, particularly compared to non-white kind of peoples in particular. But also you have Irish emigration throughout the British world, the dominions, and that's also important. I think another characteristic that's different is the role of the Catholic Church. And that, Irish unionists are from different religious denominations. They don't cohere in the same sense of a sort of a homogenous kind of identity as many Catholic nationalists. And the Catholic Church is sort of almost like the natural leadership giving voice to the Irish, particularly in America, but across the British world, where crucially the Irish are often a minority as Catholics in Protestant imperial societies, I think places like Australia and Canada and so on. So that, I think, creates quite a strong sense of identity. And then there's, of course, all the practical reasons in terms of, in Irish identity, in terms of like self-improvement, getting jobs, running trade unions. Huge amount of trade union leaders in America are Irish in the early 20th century period. And of course, it goes back to, again, Irish emigration being concentrated, primarily in cities in the north of the US, and places like Boston and so on. The Irish are actually in significant enough numbers that they can actually exert real political power and get access to jobs through, Tammany Hall type methods. And you do see, so I think there's a lot of things there that unionists can't really have abroad, because their profile is different. But you do see a little bit of that. If you look at somewhere like, say, Toronto, for example, you have Protestants, Ulster Protestants, but also other Protestants, sort of having access to resources and jobs in a sort of in a very kind of anti-Catholic or a sectarian dynamic that would be immediately recognisable to someone. Back in Ireland, Toronto was often described as the Belfast of Canada in that kind of period. And you do also have, I think, if you look at the rhetoric of Dominion leaders, I mean, quite often you do have this very strong anti-Catholic or anti-nationalist kind of rhetoric. 1916 obviously gives an edge to this, but also campaigns against conscription. There's this notion that Irish nationalists in places like New Zealand and Australia, they're a little bit disloyal. So I would say that there probably is much more to find out and to say about a kind of, not just Ulster Protestants, but about a kind of a Protestant imperial rhetoric and how that functions. But I think historians haven't done as much of the research as they need to. We tend to get drawn more towards interpreting the diaspora as being the kind of the Catholic nationalist experience. And Samuel mentioned Stephen Egan's work, and Stephen has been looking at responses to partition across the empire. So I think there's a lot more to find out on that area.
I think we'll go to this question.
Thanks very much, Damien Courtney. I hope my question doesn't sabotage what's a very interesting and free-flowing discussion. And understandably, a lot of focus is on the diaspora, farly flung across the world globally. But we shouldn't forget the fact that there were many Irish-born persons in Britain at that time. And my question really is, could you tell us maybe a little bit about the evolution, the development of external affairs with regard to Britain and maybe even Northern Ireland? And did it evolve, or was it any way different under the Cumann na Gael government of the 20s and then Fianna Fáil in the 30s? Thank you.
How long have we got, Mervyn? Another conference on that.
Yeah, well,
rein me in.
We'll try and keep it short, because I'm aware there's somebody waiting for a long time here to get in.
Well, on Britain, Britain's a bit of a problem in this, because if you look at Gavin Duffy's memo, June 1922, he leaves London out as one of the places Ireland will have an office of importance. Anglo-Irish relations in the 1920s tend to work on a prime minister to prime minister level, Cosgrave, with whoever's in Downing Street, and then through the Colonial Office and into the Dominions Office, which wants a more liberal view of what Fergal was talking about there, an empire, than the Foreign Office does. So the diaspora in Britain, I think, is a very important point to bring in here. Mary McDiarmid's recent biography on Art O'Brien is the place to go. It's an absolutely brilliant book out of a stellar PhD from DCU. And she looks at how O'Brien worked to not only create his own place as Ireland's de facto ambassador in the UK, but work with the diaspora, particularly in London. The diaspora tend to get forgotten then in the UK through the 20s, the 30s, possibly because John Delante, Ireland's High Commissioner in the UK, was a little bit embarrassed about his own background in the diaspora. He didn't like to go delving too deeply into his own antecedents in Liverpool and Manchester. But certainly after the Second World War, when Fred Boland is appointed ambassador after Delante, there's a renewed interest in the Irish who emigrate to Birmingham and the Midlands and build Britain after the Second World War. With Northern Ireland, it's a more problematic policy because where does Northern Ireland sit in terms of dealing with the province, trying to move towards a policy of peaceful coexistence that Ernest Blythe is trying to introduce, but there's the whole problem of the Boundary Commission and the problem of the Cold War between North and South. There's an attempt for Craig and Cosgrave to meet at the Dublin Horse Show in 1926, I think, but Dawson Bates, the Northern Minister for Home Affairs, pulls the plug on that. When last I looked, the file in Prony was still classified. It may be open now. I don't know what the reason was, but I'm sure knowing Dawson Bates, it was some spurious terrorist outrage that his feverish brain had invented. So hopefully that's a very, very quick... Northern Ireland is the real problem. Nobody quite knows how to deal with it. There are some wonderful possibilities for cross-border cooperation, but it's Cold War up to 1965 and the Lamass O'Neill meetings.
Just to say, I mean, in terms of when you look at the Art of Breen papers, there's an interesting letter that he gets from the Irish Self-Determination League of Britain in 1922, which says, is there any chance you could intervene on our behalf with the government, the pro-treaty government, to get us Irish workers in America, in Britain, who had worked in the public service, but failed to take the oath, if you could get us work. And that's kind of one of the rare occasions where you see this link with the kind of ordinary Irish working man in Britain in the papers, and an attempt to work through the envoy, to try and improve their position. One of the earlier High Commissioners, of course, was James McNeill. And you look at James McNeill's circle, and it's very much a kind of an elite, aesthete Britain, class of people in Britain that he engages with. For example, the Laveries. So he's not particularly effective, and he's not particularly interested either in any of the wider engagement with the Irish diaspora in Britain at the time. And as Michael said, when you look at the Foreign Affairs papers, it's really after 1945 that you get these really wonderful memos on the status, the number, the activities of the Irish in places like Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester. They are wonderful documents because they give this sense as well of the kind of the soft diplomacy that these Irish diplomats are now beginning to engage with. But it's really only after 45, and more specifically really into the 1960s. There's nothing really before that. The focus is on London, even with the eye the whole time, back to what is the Taoiseach's department, because they're really running the show in terms of the ongoing policy issues.
I think also there's a kind of a pretty shabby attitude by the Irish state towards emigrants, people who leave, because I think there's a kind of an embarrassment and a shame that independence doesn't alter the pattern of mass migration. And one of the ways of I think the Irish state tries to kind of address that is almost by sort of blaming the migrants, and you have all these kind of tropes as if, well, maybe we're better off without these people. I think also, I mean, it's hard to kind of pin this down, but I think there's a different sort of perception of Irish emigrants to Britain and to the US. I think there's more of a tendency to maybe to celebrate Irish emigration to the US and saying, look what Irish people can do when they're not, oppressed and they're in a free country and they can be successful. Whereas most of the references, or many of the references you see about the Irish in Britain, it talks about the Irish in working class slums, in factories and so on. And so I think it sort of chimes with kind of tropes as kind of Ireland is trying to define its identity in opposition to Britain. Britain is Protestant, industrial, working class, commercial, materialistic. And so I think I think that feeds into then the sort of the neglect or embarrassment about Irish people who voluntarily and willingly go to Britain and in many cases, better themselves. And I think that the official rhetoric finds it quite difficult to explain that whole phenomenon until, very recent decades, really, going back to Mary Robinson and so on.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to say, I mean, where you particularly see that is in the reception of the returner. The Irish from Britain are not received in the same way as the Irish from America. You're talking about like the prodigal returning in terms of the Irish in America. Whereas the Irish from Britain, there is, as you say, there's this sense of embarrassment. There's not, even in the folklore, there isn't the same kind of preparation, anticipation, welcome, whatever the reality of it is, for the Irish from America. There's always also, of course, the misperception that they've done particularly well often. But the Irish from Britain, and even that wonderful UCC Oral History project, Breaking the Silence, You know, those memories that were recalled, it's exactly that. It's kind of like they just slip in and out, the Irish from Britain as well. Sorry.
Yeah. Or that they have, and the embassy is particularly worried about this in London, that the Irish in Britain have become British or English or home counties, even worse, and we've lost them. And we've lost them and their interest in partition. That once an Irish person has made well for themselves, they stop going to the Céilís, stop going to the cultural, the GAA events, and they become more interested in home counties culture, if I can put it that way, and start becoming almost, you know, Tories, dare I say it. That's the fear of Boole and co, and they're lost.
Just to add to that, it's interesting because if you look at the 20s and 30s, the fear that you see really strongly is that when Irish people moved to Britain, they ceased to be in a kind of a community marked by Catholic respectability. They stopped going to Mass on Sundays and so on. And that, so the notion of an Irish person in industrial Britain is in an immoral kind of environment, and that inevitably they will become less Catholic, and Catholicism and Irish identity are really, you know, directly conflated. There's a lot of kind of reports to sort of Catholic priests and diocesan archives where the main concern about Irish emigration is a kind of a moral, religious kind of concern. So it taps into that trope of people losing roots in their connectedness with their Irishness.
Finally.
Sort of the token American in the room, I feel like I ought to at least make a couple of comments on Irish America. I would reinforce the idea that republicanism is very much minority in Irish America. Irish America is mobilized politically over home rule at the beginning of the 20th century. It becomes radicalized after the Rising and after the end of the First World War, simply because there's no alternative. It is only the Republicans who are playing in the Irish American field. And as a result, I'm not sure this was deliberate, but the idea that the Irish, the new name of the government is the Irish Free State, and that satisfies almost all of Irish American opinion. Only the most diehard Republicans still have a real concern about that. And I think that's partly also because partition is not played up heavily in the United States, at least in the 1922-1923 period. I would say, I think that there's an interesting dynamic in the problem of Ireland developing relations with the United States. The first is that for a new Dominion Ireland, the League of Nations is very important, and for the United States, we're not even a member, and so it's unimportant, and that's a piece of cognitive tension. The second is that although Ireland wants to portray itself as a small nation, and the United States is becoming more isolationist, there are still very good reasons to negotiate with Britain, and the most important is the Washington Naval Limitations Treaty, which starts in late 1921 and runs through 1922. So that's a place where, again, Ireland's efforts to talk to the United States run into some obstacles. I do think that there's one thing that's also important, and I'd be interested to know if this came up in the Irish Foreign Service as it developed. As part of the rejection of the League of Nations, you also get a massive rise in the United States in nativism, which reflects itself in the Ku Klux Klan, which at the time was not simply anti-African American, but also very deliberately anti-Catholic. And I'm not sure if that played into Irish perceptions as they tried to figure out how to negotiate as a Dominion state with the US or not.
First thing I was perhaps to say is to be aware of, Collins is quite clear to Smitty that he has to talk to people to prepare for Ireland's entry into the League of Nations 1923, even though obviously the United States are not involved. But remember, America has an observer status there. It has a presence in Geneva right throughout the 20s and 30s. And there is negotiation, there's discussion going on between the Irish representative in Geneva, who's MacWhite eventually, and about Ireland. And there's this, Ireland sets itself as almost a kind of conduit between Washington, D.C. and Geneva, all the time on League of Nations issues. There's a constant passing of information over and back the whole time, even stuff they receive from London. That they're passing on to the Americans. So there is that constant discussion. So the League of Nations isn't as much of an obstacle to the relationship as you might think. Also, one of the successes of Smitty, and this is perhaps something we haven't talked about at all, one of his goals was to establish a normal diplomatic relationship with officials. He does it really successfully because he goes down the ladder to the minor bureaucrats. And a guy called William Castle, who was chief of the West European Division in the State Department throughout the 20s and 30s, he established a really good relationship with him. And he sees that Castle is somebody he can do business with. So he's quite successful in that. So he is able, even though he's not fully accredited, he won't be till 24, he is able to have relationships with these people. And something like the League of Nations allows him to. He's also privy to what you rightly say is the Washington system, not just around disarmament with those Washington agreements and treaties, but also around debts. And he's told very early on as well, not just by Collins, but then also by his own ministers later on, that he's to ensure that the British do not raise any attempt to reduce their payment back of war debts by using their any financial issue that might arise out of the Anglo-Irish financial settlement. So they do have roles to play within Washington diplomacy, even as early as 22, 23, albeit they're also fighting the anti-treatyites on the ground in, as we've said, literally in New York, as it was the case, and then also in DC. So they are able to, as I say, be involved in many ways in with Americans and with American diplomacy, albeit without being accredited or anything like that. And that attempt to create this kind of mature relationship for Smitty to set himself up as somebody, who isn't going to disappear. And I also would argue that the fact that he wasn't out in 1916, this is Timothy Smitty, who would become the envoy and eventually the First Minister, actually worked to his benefit. He was an academic, he'd been professor here of economics and commerce, became dean of faculty here, had given some assistance to Michael Collins and was in Hans' place during the negotiations. And the fact that I said he wasn't, he doesn't have a Republican violent background, that helps him create these relationships. They don't see him as a threat. And they also see, well, maybe this government will survive, this Commonwealth government, this Free State government. On your second point around nativism, there's very little on that in the papers and the reports that are coming back from Smitty in DC. I mean, their great interest is in, apropos of nativism. I mean, there is reference to the Ku Klux Klan, the violence that's going on and all that kind of thing, but there's no great interest in the issue as it is. And even when you think about on the immigration legislation, which is based on nativist attitudes, very definitely, what's the key concern there? The only concern there is to get a good enough quota for the Irish Free State. Doesn't matter what happens to anybody else. And actually, on the immigration legislation, that's another place where you see Smitty for getting a very early success. Because what he's able to do, he gets Charles Evan Hughes, who is the US Secretary of State, under Harding. He's able to get him to agree to a Free State quota in 2022. In other words, there's a recognition already within this very specific area that the Free State is going to survive. It's quite specific for it, and there will be a separate one for Britain and Northern Ireland. So there's a kind of a de facto recognition of the Free State even before the end of the Civil War. And that's through day-to-day diplomatic relations and building relationships on the ground, which, as I say, Smitty, I would argue, is quite successful at.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panellists for their outstanding contributions, which give us a very enriched perspective on the international environment, but also, I think, illustrate the major realpolitik challenges that faced the Irish Revolution and the period after the Civil War, which I think is probably a counterpoint to the local shall we say, concerns and emotions. So that there's an issue between realpolitik versus aspirations, which is fundamentally what is going on here. And the world in 1920, 1922 is very different to the world we think it is today. It's been a dramatic cognitive shift, I think, in the world. But that's enough. And thank you very much, and thank you all for your very fascinating questions. It's been a very intriguing session. Thank you.
I too have a prop. I have a prop of the video of the two of you trying to get into the building. I would just like to show.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're very welcome to our panel discussion today on gender and the Civil War. I'm very, very fortunate to be chairing a panel of such great expertise. They're a very rebellious panel, however, and decided the order among themselves last night when their chair was not present. I happen to completely agree with their order, and that is that we start with Margaret Ward. So what I thought I would do is I'll introduce each person as they speak, and they're just going to speak for 5-10 minutes. I mean, I think we can allow that amount of time, 5-10 minutes, on whatever they want to from their own work, or indeed if they want to reflect on anything that they've heard over the last few days. But the rest of the panelists decided that we would start with Dr. Margaret Ward because of her influence on the field, and it seems to be a really appropriate person to start with. So I was in total agreement with that little bit of rebellion there. As everybody here will know, Margaret has been working in the field for decades, and in many senses pioneered the field. She's an honorary senior lecturer in history at Queen's University. There are way too many publications to mention, but I will mention two in particular. Fearless Woman, Hannah Sheehy Scaffington, a woman who my first daughter's name honours, and her pioneering book, Unmanageable Revolutionaries, Women and Irish Nationalism, published in 1983 and recently reissued a revised version with Arlene House in 2021. I always loved the name of that book. Margaret, I can't say enough about the influence you certainly had on me, and I know on the rest of the panellists. So with that introduction, I cede the floor to you, and we would love to hear your reflections on the field and on anything that you might have heard over the last few days.
Thank you, Lindsay, and hello, everybody. Like me, I'm sure you've been living through the decade of centenaries, and we've gone through so many different years. We've commemorated women and the vote, women and the rising, the War of Independence. We're now here looking at the Civil War, and I'm thinking back to the 1970s when I wanted to research women, to be told, well, you can't because women hadn't done anything, and if they had, it would have been written about, and how we've over the decades constructed the evidence of women's agency and how we've been able to do that. I mean, at the beginning we were, quite often looking at men's testimony and trying to see within those spaces what men might have said about women, because so few women wrote their own testimonies, or, as we have now discovered, did write testimonies, but they weren't published. I think it's one of the really interesting points in Schiffer Aiken's splendid book is the fact that she's looked at the archives of Talbot Press and seen that women had, written to the press and had been rejected. So that there are all sorts of women's words out there that we're only really discovering through the witness statements and the pension files. And I can remember when I was interviewing old Cunningham activists telling me that I hadn't heard about the Bureau of Military History when I began my research, and how they were telling me that they had given their statements in, but they wouldn't be released until everyone was dead, because they knew that was the basis for the release of those statements. And, as a young, impatient researcher, you didn't want to wish everybody dead, but you were really... You were desperate to read what was there, and so I was very grateful when Ethna Coyle gave me her statement, and also she had collected a lot of the other Cunningham statements and gave them to me, so that I was able to start constructing a narrative. But it wasn't a sophisticated narrative, and there has been so much since then, so much terrific history that's exploring more and more subject matter is coming into it. And, this weekend we've also been looking at gender-based violence, we've been looking at trauma, and looking at issues that we'd never have thought about in those early times when we were simply concerned with agency. But what I thought I just wanted to talk about very briefly, how do we get from there to where we are now in terms of women and the Civil War and the Furies, which is, in a sense, the terminology or how women have been conceptualised in terms of the Civil War. And so I thought that Lucy McDermott's book on women and the 1916 Rising, At Home in the Revolution, is really useful conceptually to do that, because what she talks about is women being out there in the Rising, and she talked about the fact they were out there, but not out there as far as the men, that they were in this kind of borderland between house and front line, as she puts it, and they used their domestic skills in obviously often terrifying circumstances for military objectives, although, you know, that isn't denying that women also did other things, particularly really dangerous work in conveying messages between outposts. And now that we have women's own statements to look at, we can see the words of women like Leslie Price, who talked about how incredibly terrifying it was going through bullet-strewn streets, and how she burst into tears every time she was given another message to take out, because it was so frightening. And then when we get to the women of the War of Independence, we've thousands more women out there, and they are out there. It's interesting, Ethna Coyle also said to me how women were able to work from home, as she puts it, during the War of Independence, by providing safe houses, food, nursing the wounded, etc. But there were other women who were doing much more than that, out there servicing the flying columns, sending messages, reconnaissance of barracks, etc. All of that. So women are going further out. In the 1916 Rising, a lot of them couldn't even get out there. I mean, as far as Eamon de Valera was concerned, they shouldn't have been there. So, but women now in the War of Independence are further out there. And then it comes to the Civil War, when the anti-treaty side are, you know, it's not a question of women wanting to be there or asking permission. They're desperate for women's help, and they're also very conscious of the kinds of help that women can get. And we've got such vivid testimonies, and I would really recommend Maura Comerford's memoirs that Hilary Dully has so skillfully edited. And it's extraordinary, her account of the Civil War. It's so vivid. But when you hear of women learning suddenly just how to change gears so that they can drive some big first aid van or military lorry outside the forecourts during a bombardment just to deliver messages and supplies, that the kinds of roles, women are totally out there when it comes to the Civil War. And I think that that's the problem. And when we can see now that the British didn't understand the capabilities of women, because, you know, before that, about 50 women arrested. By the time of the Civil War, their erstwhile comrades knew exactly what they were capable of doing. And so we have about 500 women in jail instead. And very interestingly, Ethna Coyle said to me that when she was arrested, she was in Ballyshannon and she spent 6 weeks in a barracks there, in a male environment. There wasn't any woman to look after her there, and she wanted to be transferred to women's prison. She said that she was told she'd been doing a man's job and should be prepared to be treated like a man. And that I think is very important in terms of how the Free State government looks at women. They're now the deviant, the non-domestic women, as Louise Ryan has described them, and they start to become the Furies. Cosgrave says if we have to execute women, we'll go ahead and we will do that. You could sort of see that they're not making a gender distinction between women, but actually they're making a profoundly gender distinction in the way that they're experiencing, in how they're seeing them. The historian and political scientist Tom Garvin, I think this isn't just related to Cosgrave and that time. He wrote a book in 1996 called 1922, and he talked about the political emotionalism of the inexperienced girlfriends, wives and mothers who psychologically intimidated the young warriors and politicians and contributed to the Civil War. He called it the mummy's boy syndrome, that men took up arms in the Civil War because of these wild women pressing them to do so. So I think it was a hardening of attitudes by the men in the Free State government, and the way that it was a punitive attitude, the way they treated the women, that the women were so far out there that the men wanted them back in their allotted places, and so that until the women realised the error of their ways, the men were going to treat them like that. And I think that something like Kilmainham Jail in Easter 1923 is deeply symbolic of that, because the Free State arrests and imprisons all of the relatives of the women's signatories, other than Mrs. Pearce and her daughters, but everyone else passes through jail, and of course lots of others as well, like Mary McSweeney. And they have a ceremony at Easter 1923 where they all talk about their dead relatives, and Dorothy McArdle, writing about it, says it's like the voices of our dead leaders were speaking to us again. And I just want to finish off, I think, another very symbolic moment in 1926 with the death of Constance Markievicz. You know, we've had the end of the Civil War. It's only been 2 years since the prisoners have been released. De Valera has set up Fianna Fáil. There are a lot of women on that first executive. Not all of them stay there. But when they erect a statue to Markievicz, the narrative changes completely. Constance Markievicz was a socialist, a revolutionary, a woman who took up arms during the Rising, during the Civil War. Yet what De Valera talks about is Madam, the lover of the poor, the toiler on their behalf. And Hannah Sheehy Skeffington very vigorously contests that image. And she contrasts Connolly's view of women. And so we go back to 1916, to the proclamation and the agency that is given to women in the proclamation, equal rights and equal opportunities, etc., to that of De Valera. And she says, to the one, woman was an equal, a comrade, to the other, a sheltered being, withdrawn to the domestic hearth, shrinking from public life. And she says, but Markievicz was typical of resurgent Ireland's revolutionary womanhood. But history then gets redrawn even as the participants continue to live their lives. So, you know, the exemplar is now Sinead De Valera. Although she'd been a Gaelic League activist, you know, a writer of fantastic children's stories, you know, she was now somebody withdrawn to the hearth. You would rarely see her in public life. And you have activists who continue, and maybe during the discussion I can say more about some of the women and their experiences of the 1930s, but I just wanted to draw that message really of what we had in the developing agency of women and the historiography to where we came to the Furies, and how the patriarchy gathers together. So you know, the losing side in the Civil War, the victorious side in the Civil War, in the end, there is no distinction between them when it comes to how they view women. And obviously we go on to the 37 Constitution, etc. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Margaret. And I think that point, before I introduce Katrina, that you made there about the way the narrative starts to shape before the present has even hardened into history, and the women are aware of it,
Mm-hmm.
and yet can still somehow do nothing about the way in which it goes. And you can really see that in Maura Comerford's memoir in particular. She
Mhm.
really is conscious of how that history is being, as they're living, they're being written out of it. The next speaker I'd love to introduce is, we're going in order for the sake of clarity as well, is Katrina Bowen. We're a very organised panel. I was delighted that Katrina agreed to come over and speak with us, because her work was really helpful for me when I was starting out, because she was one of the scholars that was sort of taking Margaret's starting point and then looking into the Free State and seeing how, if you like, the settlement let the 1916 proclamation down quite considerably, and that's where a lot of her work started. She is Professor of Social History and Director of Research in the School of Law and Social Sciences at London South Bank University. She's an expert on female activism and has looked at women's groups in both Ireland and Britain and published widely on that, and is working at the moment on intergenerational female activism, and is going to speak, I think, to sort of personal reflections within her own family in the work that she's doing at the moment in relation to your grandmother, I think it is. Yeah. Katrina. Yeah. So at that, I'll let you
Thanks,
take the floor.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. And thanks very much, Margaret. I'm going to pick up on this idea of the fury and the concept of the fury in my paper. So thanks for introducing that so nicely as well. So I'm going to start with 3 quotes, if that's okay, and then take it from there. So first is, unhappily in Ireland, the diehards are women whose ecstasies at their extremist can find no outlet so satisfying as destruction. And that was quoted in the Irish Times on the 1st of January 1923 by President Cosgrave, welcoming in the new year. In 1924, P.S. O'Hegarty, who's a historian and kind of public commentator, in his book, The Victory of Sinn Féin, described anti-treaty women as hysterical furies. And then the following year, 1925, the Cork Examiner reported the words of Bishop Dorley, who was giving advice to young girls that they should never join Cumann na Mán or Cumann na Saoirse, and to instead, he said that they should instead, quote, do your work as your grandmothers did before you. Of course, meaning that these young girls should not look outwards to activism, but should focus on their duties within the home. So you might be familiar with these very extreme and heavily gendered depictions of anti-treaty women, which emerged during, and particularly during and after the Irish Civil War, and as I've said, Margaret has alluded to those as well. So women were specifically targeted to represent all that was unnatural and transgressive about these women who supported the anti-treaty side in the Civil War. And there's really interesting links here with this very particularly gendered and very negative and pejorative representation of these women being furies, diehards, hysterical women, that we can link to the theory in feminist criminology known as double deviancy, which penalizes women twice because of their gender. So when women are deviant or transgress, they're, as we all are, they're penalized within society for breaking the rules, but then they're also doubly penalized because they're going against the norms of their gender. So hence this concept of double deviancy. And I definitely think that we can see that being applied here when we look back at the way in which women who were anti-treaty were viewed and described. So these views and their implications for women at the time have been discussed and analysed by academics such as Professor Louise Ryan, who's been already mentioned, in her brilliant 1999 article entitled Furies and Diehards, Women and Irish Republicanism in the 20th Century. And more recently, Lindsay, a plug for our chair, to be obedient. Lindsay has referred to these depictions in her excellent contribution, I brought these along with me, to the Irish Times Civil War supplement, which I recommend, and then also Fionnuala, who in her essay in the Irish Examiner, so I'm covering all again, which I think is freely available outside on one of the tables, so you can get it there. So they both allude to, these representations, these incredibly negative representations of women who were anti-treaty. So, as Lindsay said, I'm a historian of female activism in 20th century Ireland and England. And as this is my professional area, I was also familiar with these vitriolic views directed at anti-treaty women by politicians, by the Catholic hierarchy, and in the Irish press. However, in February this year, these words became much more personal. I discovered that my paternal grandmother, Maureen Beaumont, ní Magavach, had spoken passionately against the treaty at the 1922 Cumann na Mán Convention held in February 1922, when Cumann na Mán split over the treaty, with those who were anti-treaty staying in Cumann na Mán and those who were agreeable to the treaty terms, setting up a new organisation, Cumann na Saoirse. So, in her speech, which I only discovered, when none of the family realised that the whole speech is minuted and the National Library have digitised the minutes of the 1922 Cunningham Convention, which everyone can access via the internet. So in her speech, my grandmother, she was on the executive, hence that's why she was speaking, she stated that if we accept the treaty, we will never get a republic. Now, I had been aware that my grandmother was a member of Cumann na mBan. She joined just after the Easter Rising, and in 1950, in her witness statement to the Bureau of Military History, she told how in 1915 she had hidden 2 violin cases full of ammunition and guns for the Irish volunteers when she was living in Dominican Hall in Eccles Street. She was a student at UCD at the time, and those were her digs. I should mention that her uncle was Owen McNeill, who was the founder of the Irish Volunteers. So we're assuming she's moving within that circle at the time. But what dawned on me in February this year, as I was preparing a paper for Dr. Mary McAuliffe's symposium at UCD on the 1922 Cumann na mBan Convention and the split, and this had allowed me the opportunity to think a bit more about the positioning of my grandmother within this whole discourse and decade of centenaries, was that perhaps was she one of these furies? Was she a diehard? Was she a hysterical woman who had rejected the treaty and who was being referred to at the time in this light? This didn't square with the granny, or as we called her, Mammo, who I knew, who lived with us at home in Dublin until she died in 1971 when I was 5 years old, but I have very vivid memories of her. For me, she was a very typical, kind, caring granny who spoilt me when I got into trouble with my parents, which is quite frequently, and she looked out for us. She lived in the top half, we were in a bungalow, she was in the top half of the house and we were in the bottom. So again, it just didn't square with me either, the other aspects of her life which I did know about. I knew that she was a teacher and had for many years been an external examiner in education for the NUI, and indeed she visited Cork many times in her role as an external examiner in the 1930s and 1940s. She was an active member of the ICA, and again in the 1950s she played a pivotal role in the purchase of Ungrianon, which became the first adult education college for women in the Irish Republic. And from 1951 to 1952, she was president of the National University Women Graduates Association. So, in these roles, she served Irish society and she worked to promote the educational, social, and economic needs of her fellow citizens, and in particular of women. Despite her ongoing opposition to the treaty, she remained anti-treaty throughout her life. So this is just one woman's story, who happens to be my grandmother, but I think it is an example of how the women who were branded as looking for trouble and as the antithesis of what Irish women should be like, obviously the more traditional view of wives and mothers, she was able to make a significant contribution to Irish society despite their antipathy to the way in which the new state was established. So for example, the National University of Women Graduates Association was part of a key network of about 20 women's organisations who made up the Irish women's movement post-independence. Not only did these groups undermine the negative connotations associated with anti-treaty women, but they also challenged the other stereotype used to define and confine Irish women at this time, and that's that Irish women should devote their lives to husband and home. Nowhere is this more evident than in the campaign that the National University of Women Graduates Association and other groups launched against the draft 1937 Constitution. Here they were successful, and this often gets overlooked, they were successful in making changes to Article 9 and 16 and to Article 1945, removing some of the gender bias from those clauses. But I think, as everyone, I hope, knows, they were unsuccessful in changing Article 41.2, which remains in the Constitution to this day, which I think really is quite unbelievable. There is, Ivana Bacik is currently chairing a Senate committee once again looking at this, but it just seems to be really, really difficult to remove this. And the women I study would just be wondering, why has this just taken so long? So I think, yes, and I'm sorry, Article 41.2, for those who aren't aware, outlines within our Constitution that a woman's duty in place is within the home. So my grandmother's story is, I think, a useful way to reassess and rethink the contribution of all female activists who contributed to the making of modern Ireland, including the Furies, the diehards, and again, I would argue anything but hysterical women. Thank you.
Thanks a million, Katrina. Really thought-provoking and builds nicely on what Margaret was talking about. It also makes me think about the way in which we periodise in history and sort of think about things in discrete boxes, and yet your grandmother's life cycle is what's really, really interesting, and in fact it totally balks that kind of narrative in which it was established. It's a very interesting way of thinking about the way in which we conceptualise history, and it's not a female chronology, you know, our time, the rhythm is quite different when you're following these women compared to, I suppose, the standard male narrative. Which brings me nicely to Professor Sonia Tiernan. She wins the award for coming furthest from New Zealand. I don't think there's anybody that can beat her in terms of, we were thrilled that you were going to be in this part of the world when we really thought we were chancing our luck when we sent you the email, but there you go. She is the Eamon Cleary Chair of Irish Studies and co-director of the Centre of Irish Scottish Studies at the University of Otago, am I pronouncing that correctly, in New Zealand. And most recently you will know, because it has sold really well, the book on Irish women's speeches, Voices That Rocked the System, a title I really like. I remember that during the Mary Robinson campaign. Do you remember that slogan? We thought we were going to change the world. And of course, she has also published, I mean, really widely, but also quite recently on the same-sex marriage campaign, and looking at the way in which activism has worked in a more contemporary space as well. But I think today you're going to talk a little bit about women activism outside Ireland during this period, the international dimension of the Civil War and its aftermath. So,
yeah, great.
Take the floor.
Thanks very much, Lindsay, and I'm absolutely delighted to be in this part of the world too, and delighted to be here today. So yeah, I mean, of course, when you're examining Irish history and you're working outside of the country for so long at this stage, you do become much more aware of what's happening in Irish diaspora during this time. And so therefore I was very conscious as well when thinking about the Civil War to kind of find out, well, what was actually happening abroad. Not only what were Irish women doing abroad during this time, but also how they were perceived, because it brought to mind as well that the panel earlier on diplomacy, you know, that really brought to mind the fact that actually foreign affairs, foreign relations have been fundamentally important to, of course, Ireland during this kind of establishment of the independent state. And we know in 1919, at the very first Dáil meeting, one of only 4 ministries that was formed at the time is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So how Ireland is perceived abroad is fundamentally important. It's very important that Ireland becomes a member of the League of Nations, that it's striving to get recognition of Ireland as this free, independent state. So, and that made me think as well about, well, what's happening actually at this stage abroad? And when we think of America, I mean, of course, and actually Bernadette Whelan said earlier on today that the United States is the premier outpost, if you like. It is key to what's happening during our decade of centenary period, if you like. And after the 1916 Rising, women were very conscious as well of what was happening in the States and the importance of the Irish diaspora community there. And of course, even within the proclamation, we have that recognition of, you know, our sons and daughters in America. So it's already there. But we have women using this really to wonderful advantage of Irish causes. And of course, with Hannah Sheehy Skeffington that Margaret has written about, and all her speeches in America, I mean, at one stage, 1918, it's 250 speeches that she gives in America. We're talking about women who actually, they're not involved in the formal politics of diplomacy, but they're acting as diplomats in what they're trying to get across. And to that mind, you start looking at other women as well and what they're doing. And I think the activities of a lot of Irish women during this time abroad actually impacts, not only, as Margaret said earlier on, the British underestimated what Irish women could do during these war years, if you like, but I think also it's fair to say that De Valera underestimated what women could do. So even though I'm going to be talking about some of the anti-treaty women, and of course they are, supporters of De Valera in that sense, but I think really he doesn't even realise what they're doing and what they're capable of abroad. And if we look at, just weeks after Terence McSweeney dies on hunger strike, of course, the Mayor of Cork at that stage, we have his sister Mary and his widow Muriel travelling to America. Now, both women initially give evidence in Washington before the really highly publicised American Commission on Conditions in Ireland in December 1920. But they then engage on a 7-month tour, and Mary McSweeney even more so in this public speaking engagement right across the States. And this receives vast attention, but not only does it receive vast attention, it also receives support. And I think most notably is the fact that Muriel McSweeney is given the Freedom of New York City, the very first woman ever to be given this honour. But Mary McSweeney herself, her contributions to the Dáil debates, and we're probably aware of this, that they're really the most uncompromising expressions of Irish republicanism that we see. She gives the very longest speech during the treaty debate. She also gives what's essentially the final speech during the treaty debates. She endorses IRA threats against TDs that are going to support the treaty, even at one stage warning that the blades of grass stained with Fenian blood will rise up and continue the fight. This is very extreme words. And of course, she continues to actively support the anti-treaty side during the Civil War. And on 2 occasions, she is imprisoned for her protests, but she succeeds in essentially forcing the Free State government to release her. Muriel McSweeney, so Terence's widow, she's arrested initially in Dublin for her anti-treaty activities in July 1922, and once she's released, she goes straight over to New York. And while there, she uses her influence to mobilise large numbers of women against the Free State side. And really, this is from within the ranks of the American Association for the Recognition of the Irish Republic, which again was an organisation mentioned earlier on today in the diplomacy panel. But we can see here that actually at this stage, there is already huge concern, because Joseph Connolly, who has been placed over there to work for the Irish consulate, writes to Cosgrave, and first of all he warns that actually when Mary is arrested and goes on hunger strike, that she already revives the American Association, because at that stage they have, in America it's not totally understood when the Civil War starts. It's kind of, well, Ireland's got independence, and a lot of even Irish Republicans in America are thinking that the treaty has been signed, this is going to be peace, and what exactly is the Civil War about? And the fact that Muriel McSweeney goes to New York really publicises what's happened and makes the Irish Republicans there very aware of what happens. So when Mary is imprisoned in Mountjoy in 1922, she goes on hunger strike, and Muriel leads 20 women to picket the British consulate in New York, and they threaten to continue the protest until Mary is released. And this receives widespread engagement from the media, from the press, and people become aware of it. And most tellingly, there's a wonderful image of Muriel McSweeney's banner that is protesting outside the British consulate. And it says, England murdered my husband. Will Americans permit the English Free State to murder his sister, Mary McSweeney? And this really initially opens up these ideas in America that actually what the problem is, that actually Irish Republicans and anti-treaty sides are looking at this as just a British Free State, that they're playing into what the British authorities are demanding, essentially. And it gains attention very, very quickly. Weeks after that, there is actually Muriel and 8 other women are arrested, but they're released shortly after that. But as well as that, we have then Muriel leading a group of women into the battle for the Irish consulate in New York. And I think this is actually a really interesting episode, because if we look back at what's happening before this standoff, which I'll talk about a little bit, for the Irish consulate in New York, Mary McSweeney herself had actually already notified Irish Republicans in America about the money that was available from the bonds. So all of these bonds that have been, the money had been raised, especially in America, up to like mid-1921. There's estimated about $5 million that have been raised. And at least half of this amount is held in 4 different banks in New York. And Mary McSweeney is very conscious of this. And she writes at the time that we're in a terrible state for money, and this is during the Civil War. And it's heartbreaking to think that if we had enough money, £500,000 would do it. We could save the Republic easily. Now, I don't know if it could have been saved on £500,000, but based on this fact, Muriel becomes very aware of what the issue is. It's, without going into all the initial details of it, what essentially the standoff is because we have John Finnerty, a lawyer and also a president at the time of the American Association, who decides that actually there might be a way that they can block the money being accessed by the Free Staters if individual bondholders demand their money back. So where would you get the subscription list? In the Irish consulate. So this seems to be in the background of what's happening and why Muriel also wants to get involved in this standoff. But it's a really interesting, actually, it's a really interesting battle for kind of the consulate, if you like. The standoff didn't actually initially gather much public interest until Muriel McSweeney becomes involved and until she enters the building. And Finnerty wrote to Hannah Sheehy Skeffington that previous to Mrs. McSweeney's arrival in this country, the press had been absolutely closed to the Republican movement. From the moment of her arrival, we have had nothing but the most favourable attitude from the press and have been able to obtain publicity for her, which we could not obtain for anybody else. So we really have these bands of women actually getting a huge amount of attention into the anti-treaty side and what the issue is. We also have, at that stage, Smitty, who, of course, was previously a professor and dean here at UCC, but then envoy of Dáil Éireann to the US. The only way that he can stop kind of this standoff in the consulate building is to order his men to pick Muriel McSweeney up on her seat and carry her out of the building. She gets up and she walks out of her own accord at that stage. But we do have at that stage, Smitty also writes to Desmond Fitzgerald describing the trouble at the New York consulate, and he maintains that this is a large number of the followers of De Valera endeavoured to get access to the consulate offices. Mrs. Muriel McSweeney was particularly active. And the women later formed themselves into a deputation to put their grievances before the Mayor of New York and picketed the town hall. So this actually starts to change a lot of the understanding of what's happening in the Civil War among the Irish Republicans, or at least Irish heritage people in America at the time. The other aspect that I do want to look at just very briefly before I hand over to Fionnuala as well is that what's happening in other countries and what the Irish women are doing and how it's being perceived in other countries also is far more complex in some of the dominions. And if we look at New Zealand, for example, there's a really interesting of what's happening there, because there is a history in New Zealand of very strong female followers for Irish cause and for support. And if we look at, especially during the land wars, there's huge numbers of women support Anna Parnell. The Ladies Land League branches actually become quite strong in New Zealand and in this idea of supporting that movement. But of course, by the time we get to the Civil War, there's not as many first-generation Irish in New Zealand because many of them have emigrated there during the 1860s, 1870s. So there's less kind of first generation there for a start. But it's also post-World War I. And there's the idea as well that New Zealand is actually really kind of celebrating its loyalty to empire, if you like. And New Zealand at that stage has got a certain amount of independence through constitutional means. They have organised so much of their own laws, their own breakdown, and women have also received the vote 25 years ahead of women in Britain and in Ireland in 1893. So we have women in a very different position, and they don't tend to support any violence against the British Empire. So even though they might support the idea of an independent Ireland, it's the idea in New Zealand is, well, why can't you get it in the same way as we got it through constitutional means, that this is the way. So I just want to give you a couple of examples of what happens then in New Zealand. What happens is there's a large number of reports, and I'm just going to give you an example of a couple of them, focused on the women, especially the anti-treaty women, and how they're spoken about in the newspapers. One is from a Professor Osborne of Melbourne, who spends time in Ireland during the Civil War period. And he writes to a New Zealand paper, and it's actually reprinted in numerous papers across the country. And he states, it's a remarkable feature of Dublin life is the number of educated women among the extreme Republicans. They give the impression that they would cheerfully die for the Dáil. Even religion comes second to their misguided patriotism. Another one we have nearing the end of the Civil War is an article that's printed in the New Zealand Herald in March 1923, describing Republican activities now as only being occasional. And they report that the propaganda side of their campaign, conducted mainly by women, is more in evidence. It is, as a rule, hysterical, innocuous, and feeble in comparison with the clever anti-British propaganda of the days before the truce. So this, to me, I mean, this is something, I think it's very important at the time of how Ireland and how the Free State is acknowledged or recognised across the world. And when we have women upsetting this to such a high degree, I think this certainly causes an awful lot of the treatment and how they're kind of pushed to the side during those first formal years of the Free State. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's also important to remember that kind of global dimension, but also the role women played in propaganda and the money.
Yeah.
Raising the money, and I know, Margaret, you spoke about that in the 1916, 1917 period as well, and it's really important. But it also reminds me too that all of those women, so Hannah, she's Skeffington there, you mentioned how many speeches she gave, and then Miriam McSween, they're grieving. And they're also single mothers, which leads me really nicely and smoothly onto Fionnuala, whose work, she's a assistant professor at UCD, and her recent book, Irish Women in the Great War, published with Cambridge, has been nominated for quite a few awards and jointly awarded the 2021 NUI Publication Prize in Irish History, and with very good reason, because what I've heard Fionnuala speak a few times, and I've had the pleasure of reading the book as well, and what Fionnuala's work has done is kind of given us that First World War story and integrated it with this revolutionary story. And I know that what you're looking at now is the kind of everyday, these women who had been through almost a decade of conflict and upheaval, very many of them bereaved, either lost children or lost spouses, as all these women that we've been talking about as well. So maybe, Fionnuala, if you want to talk to us a little bit, I suppose, about your work and what it brings to our understanding of the period.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Lindsay. It's a great pleasure to speak on this wonderful panel. And I think what's been really interesting over the past decade, as we've been looking at all of these events, has been the integration of the First World War into this wider narrative. And even this conference over the past few days, yes, it's been about the Civil War, but we've been looking backwards and looking forwards and looking at the Civil War within the continuum of the War of Independence, within the First World War, and then looking into the Free State, and all of that emerges afterwards. And so as a First World War, somebody who works primarily in the First World War, I view all of this period afterwards as sort of through a post-war lens. And so I look at the Civil War in 1922, and I'm thinking this is only 4 years after the armistice. You know, the grief is so raw for so many people who lost family during that period. And they're continuing to go through this period of turmoil. Because, you know, women could voluntarily choose in any of these conflicts whether to have a role in it to some degree. They could actively be involved in Common on or in British military auxiliary services or in nursing work or in various different organisations. But they couldn't escape the war entirely. None of these conflicts could be avoided, whether it's through railway strikes in the Civil War, whether it's through postal disruptions, food scarcities, which is a feature in all of the conflicts, inflation. These are aspects which are intruding into their domestic lives and affecting, you know, just ordinary daily activity. And we can look back and we can say, oh, this county, you know, was not very active in the War of Independence or the Civil War. It was relatively peaceful. But people at that time didn't necessarily experience it as that. They didn't know that it was going to stay peaceful. They didn't know, you know, what was going to happen next. They didn't know when something was going to end. And so when I look through people's letters, diaries, memoirs, press reports from this period, what I see so much is this mix of hope and optimism, you know, all the stuff in early 1922 about the rebuilding of Cleary's, for example, you know, opening of a new department store, the sense of, you know, oh, you know, life is beginning to return to Dublin, to our cities. People are shopping again. We're moving out of this period of warfare. And then a sense of, we're back here again, despair, you know, resignation, and moving then towards endurance and resilience. And people just trying to get on with their lives, but also navigate all that they are going through around them, and to balance that sense of, you know, what this means for their ordinary lives. And I think when I was looking at the First World War period, I was always quite saddened by all the rhetoric from that time about how this is women's time, women are on the move, women are on the upward move, this is their moment. Women are not going to be placed back into domestic sphere once they've been given a role in public. You know, this is it, you know, this is war is terrible and dreadful and whatever, but for women it's a moment of opportunity, it's a moment for them to step forward, to grasp the possibilities that the future offers to them. And I look at that and I feel sad because I know what happens in the decades afterwards and how long it takes for those possibilities to be fulfilled. And I think, you know, there's been so much really excellent scholarship looking at, including by various members of this panel, at the Free State and at Northern Ireland in the early years, and the reasons why women get pushed back, you know, the backlash against feminism. And I think, again, here, an international, you know, comparison is really helpful in looking at post-war societies and the emphasis on pronatalism, on motherhood, on women's role within the home. But it's also there, apparent from the outset, I think it's P.S. O'Hagerty, when he's talking about the response of women in the Civil War, he refers back to 1914 and to that women have been out of control since then. And so this idea that there's always been troublemakers and women transgressing the boundaries of what is considered acceptable gendered behaviour. And so during the First World War, this criticism is, a lot of it's levelled at the so-called separation women who are wives of men serving in the British Army and who radically oppose Sinn Féin during the by-election campaigns in 1917 and 1918 and come under a huge amount of criticism for that, not only for their politics, but more so for how they express their politics and behaving in an unwomanly fashion, going out with their aprons full of stones, taking drink first, and just generally, you know, going against what was seen as acceptable female behaviour. And so concerns about morality, all of these issues are there from the outset, jostling with this rhetoric that this is women's opportunity, that there's new possibilities for them. And then within all of that, you know, there's the rhetoric and then there's the reality. There's women just simply trying to manage their households, to rear their children, to deal with separation. Not only separation of men on military service or men on the run, men in internment. You know, we look at all the numbers imprisoned during the Civil War and think about all the families that those men and women had. and how they're managing in their absence. What does that mean on a family farm? What does that mean when an income has been taken away? And we're beginning to get some of these stories now through sources like the Military Service Pensions Collection. And I really have to pay tribute to the work of Cecile, Leanne and others, not only in all the work they're doing in digitising and making this collection available, but also the guides that they're providing. And they've been doing really interesting work in pulling out some of the dependence files and just showing us the possibilities of this material, for not just telling us what happened during this period, to giving us all of that information, but how people coped, how they managed, what this conflict meant for them years afterwards. And we come across, stories, of accidental shootings. There's so many of them in the War of Independence and the Civil War. The one that stands to me most is of Ellen Conway, who's only been married a few short weeks when she shoots her husband in the face. They were apparently playing with a gun in their home one evening. In a joke, she pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger, and he was killed instantly. She asserted, at least afterwards, that she did not know it was fired. And then she subsequently applied for a pension as her husband's dependent. And the reason it was denied was because he shouldn't have had the gun at home. He did not have the right clearance for that. The fact that she herself had shot him did not play any role in that, and she was treated very sympathetically. But we can see from these sources the lasting legacies of all of this. The families who are struggling, trying to get funds from the White Cross, from the Irish National Volunteer Dependence Fund, from other charities reliant on poor relief, and desperate for their pension, looking for increases. So many of the widows of the men killed who die young, their children are orphaned, their children writing in decades later, looking for support with funeral allowances. It's a litany of impoverishment, and just really shows the lasting impact, I think, of all of these events. And again, it's just that thing about thinking about, nobody at that time experienced one of these conflicts on their own. They all were part of it, a decade where there were brief periods of peace interspersed by violence. And so we think of what we've all gone through in the past few years, and we know how we're struggling to sort of, understand and articulate all of that. I think we can have some sense of just the exhaustion that people must have felt by the end of this. And, different groups, different marginalised groups being targeted. So I'm always struck by the Southern Loyalist women who are targeted often during a civil war for things that they did during the First World War or the War of Independence, or actions such as giving refreshments to soldiers, that suddenly in this new Ireland are seen as disloyal, are seen as proof that you're an enemy, but were very normal, commonplace, celebrated activities only a few short years previously. And so I think, it's these sort of stories that give us some sense of the complexities and challenges of ordinary life in this period. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Again, raises so many things, and I've been looking at those military service pensions as well, and one of the things that come out of that are the strain on marriages as well, and that's a topic that hasn't really been touched at all. And there's one or two women who, quite frankly, are kind of glad their husbands didn't come back, and that's quite clear. And in one or two cases, that'll be discussed among the various bureaucrats, and they'll be saying, well, this was a bad husband, but nonetheless, she was his dependent. So there's this really weird conversation going, really sanitized, rational conversation on one level. And the thing that really struck me after spending way too long on that archive, because you get sucked in, is the breadwinner model doesn't work, and they're insisting on it. And what you've got is woman after woman after woman, our children left without either parent saying, we cannot survive. And that's why I think the separation women are so interesting, because they're that experiment, one of the first experiments where you give an income directly to a woman and you kind of destabilize that idea of a sole male breadwinner. And it actually works really well. Despite all the bad press those women receive, their children do better, they're better nourished, they're less likely to end up being taken into care and so on, despite the best work of the propaganda to say otherwise. And yet all that evidence just gets trashed for an ideal that has to be upheld. And that's what I find really, really kind of heartbreaking about that archive, because it's, you know, why doesn't somebody, this isn't working, guys, try another model. Anyway, I am sure that the audience have loads of questions for our panellists, our comments, so I will at this point open it to the floor. Do we have a microphone for this, or we do, super, so we don't have to have projection, we can have artificial help. So is there anybody who has a question there, and I'll get, will I take the microphone and do the running? Cool. Go. Are you sure? Spares my blushes, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for a wonderful panel, thoroughly enjoyed. Just two comments. One, Sonia, I agree with you. I think the invasion of the consulate, which was by, as they called them, the irregular invaders, was probably one of the few high points of the anti-treaty Republican delegation in the US in December 22 into January 23. The only thing I would caution against is that the reception which they receive in 22-23 is much less than what the others got in 1919, 1920. And the turnout is much less in terms of public events and public activities. The other thing is that the Mura McSweeney, by that stage, even though she is seen as the kind of star performer because of those events, that her chief of delegation, who's Lawrence Ginnell, that Ginnell sees her as a problem. And in a way, there's this kind of splintering of the anti-treaty delegation in the US. So I think there's probably a bit more to it, but I completely agree with you. She is the only one who is the star performer in 22-23. Just the other more general point, which I was really fascinated by, was you referred, Lindsay, there to the whole issue of the life cycle of having been taken into account. And one of the things that strikes me as well, which is just a more recent point you made, was about those women in the home. And for me, I'm just finishing a study on women who are become Irish First Ladies, wives of presidents. And it's clear to me they are as ideologically committed to their cause, pro or anti-treaty, and strongly so. And even somebody like Sinead De Valera, who you mentioned, Margaret, I don't see her as having withdrawn to the hearth at all. I see her as she is looking after 7 children to start with her husband. Even when he is at home, he isn't much use, it seems to me. But that what we do see from her is, and the continuity throughout her life, is her activism occurs within the preservation and promotion of the Irish language. From beginning to end, she's constantly in demand for interviews. She gives those interviews. She's very cautious about what she says. She's aware of being the wife of a public figure. And she's not forgotten in Irish language circles. When you look up, you know, any of the Irish language databases or sources or anything like that, she's there in this, and she's very prominent. So I think there's probably a bit more to be done in terms of those women within the home. The other person is Louisa Cosgrave, who's been completely written out of the story. She's someone else who's pro-treaty. She actually owns Beach Park, their home in Rathfarnham, which is burnt down by the IRA. And the claim that goes in for that house to Dublin Corporation, and for all the furniture and everything that's in it, which are all Irish made, a lot of money went into it, is all in her name. And it's very clear that she's the one who is, in a sense, and others have indicated as well, it's her money that keeps William T. Cosgrave's political career, etc., on board, or rolling along. So really, I think the question is, like with all of us who've been working on women's history a while, in a way, the more information we have and all the rest of it, it actually leads more and more. And I think that's one of the fascinating things about the whole thing. But I think that those women in the home, there's a lot more to be done on those. And I think the life cycle approach is extremely important. Again, thank you all. Wonderful panel. Thank you.
Sir, I was gentleman in the middle there, striped top, I think. I'm slight blind, but I think it is striped.
Good morning, Peter McLean-Lee here in UCC. This is a question for Professor, is it Beaumont? Yes, thank you. Were the argument today to retain the constitutional provision for the women's will not be due to economic necessity required to leave the home? The argument today is that in favour of retaining it is, well, we wouldn't want to, we wouldn't want to remove maybe the constitutional protection of carers. Now, personally, I disagree with that. That's backed up by other legislation. There's no need for provision in the Constitution. But the two articles that you mentioned that were previously removed, that were unhelpful in terms of women's rights, were the similar arguments articulated by people in favour of retaining it? What were the arguments, and indeed what were those provisions in that Constitution that were successfully ejected?
Sure, thank you. Just before I answer that, can I make a comment on the previous comment? Will that be okay? So I will answer that. I'm not avoiding your question, I promise. You made me think, just in this idea and the examples that you gave, really applies to my grandmother, because clearly she was, I was surprised. So when my dad would have been really about 10 years old, she was going off around the country external examining. So she was working. So she was gainfully employed. But I found, so I did some digging in our family archive, there's very bits and bobs, not much unfortunately, but I found her passport from 1954, and she describes herself as a housewife on the passport, although she was working. So we're doing paid work, I should emphasise. So I think you're right, but that's part of so I think women also adopted that persona of being a housewife, but that also was inclusive of doing lots of other things, both paid work and also voluntary work in organisations such as the ICA and the Graduates Association. So it's just to comment on that. So, right, the articles. So Article 9 and 16 in the draft constitution originally removed the words without distinction of sex. And these were incredibly important words and very symbolic words, as well as practically important, included in the 1922 constitution. So there was very significant unease amongst women's organisations like the Women Graduates, the National Council of Women, Joint Committee of Women's Social Workers. Oh my God, they've such long names. I know. It's impossible. They really.
It's a test, Katrina.
It's not coming. It's not coming. But it's that. The Joint Committee of Women's Social Workers. Oh God, it's gone. Yeah. You know the one. Anyway, Google it. So when the draft was published, they immediately spotted these missing words without distinction of sex to guarantee voting rights and citizenship. Sorry, that was the main point. So they were successful in the reassertion of those words, but De Valera was very reluctant. He thought that there was no danger whatsoever to the citizenship rights of women in the Irish Free State. So we didn't need these unnecessary words, and that was the argument against. But he was persuaded through a really effective campaign, which also I think gets overshadowed by the fact of what wasn't removed as opposed to what was. The other one was Article 45 about women's employment rights, and it was adjusted. So the without distinction about sex was put back in, and on Article 45 it was about I can't remember the exact words, but it was about the inadequate strength of women and children. Which lumped together, which is quite common at the time. If you think about factory acts, for example, both in Britain and Ireland, women not working underground, women and children were treated as one and the same. So that was the objection. It was particularly the Irish Women's Workers' Union who objected to that, and they successfully took those words out. So there were those successes, but there was no shifting, as on Article 41. And it's not just Article 41.2; it's also Article 40.1, which says that women have social function, and that gets very little attention, even around the debates around Article 41.2. But it's important because it's the two taken together. If you start designating social function to citizens in a society, you're going down a very dangerous road around dictating who does what, and then they're clearly gendered roles. So I hope that clarifies.
Yes, thank you very much.
And we've got a question. I'm going to make you regret your offer. We have a question down here from Mary McAuliffe there.
I've always wanted to say this, more a comment than a question. Fascinating panel, and talking about the contribution of women on into the Free State, and a lot of trauma the gender-based violence and from the experiences of women, the poverty that happened. But I think we are also, this decade of centenaries, which seems to have gone on for 50 years, but it's coming to a close, has brought up other histories. And I'm particularly thinking about the transgressive and maybe subversive relationships, both within marriage, within heterosexual marriage, where women were making their own choices. And you see during the truce, there's an awful lot of marriages that are happening between Cunningham women and IRA activists. And these seem to be more the type of love matches, whether or all they worked out in the end, and some of them seem to have destabilized into horrific relationships. But also the same, the women who made their lives with other women. And I think we can take, there's an awful lot of what we talk about in the Irish Free State for women, which is particularly horrible. The betrayal of the promise, the lack of equality, the continuous chipping away at the rights of women, the Constitution and its women in the home, and then the poverty that impacted on families particularly. And of course, we just have to say the word institutionalization and the carceral state. But I think there was also women who could make lives within that very misogynist and make choices and have agency. And I think in many ways we shouldn't lose sight of that as well. They had agency in getting jobs and continuing involved in political activism, but also in making choices in their own private, emotional, effective lives. And I'm working at the moment on those women who made choices to live with other women, both in their public and private lives. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that as well, that they're even though there is the radical promise, even though it was passing and momentary, is gone, there are still spaces in which women can actually have quite a lot of agency.
Yeah, it's a good point. But also I think you wonder too what function emigration played in that as well, And Shifra Aiken has a great essay in one of the commemorative volumes, now it escaped me which one, and she talks about the sort of Cunningham women that didn't come back, and that's kind of, or the people that felt, that there, and I think that space is contingent a bit on class as well, and that's something that I was wondering about, the intersections of class in all of this, because I'm sort of struck when you're looking at some of those pension files, or if you look at other records in the 20s and 30s, and there's no indication of anything political having happened at all. You wouldn't know there'd been a decade of disruption, because people are really about, I haven't got a roof over my head, and it's that exhaustion of continuously having to try and survive. The other thing I think is generally, and you mentioned that, Bernadette, there, generally about the life cycle, that panel today where people were talking about trauma, there's timing for these things. And we have the benefit of hindsight, of course, but if you think about what the 20s must have been like, simply in terms of international affairs, a decade of this disruption, fear everywhere, fascism on the horizon, there's a kind of a reason why the decade, that decade of the 20s looked regressive and retrenchant in many ways, because in some senses it was also a feature of exhaustion. And again, what kind of voices are we listening to, I think, is really interesting as well, and where can we catch conversations? Because the public discourse is the thing that's most easily accessible to us as historians, but it's probably the least representative. Does anybody pick up a newspaper now and think that sums up exactly how they feel about today? No. So it's all the kind of multiple places in which you can find and access, and that's what I think so many of the scholars on this panel, and it's been fantastic over the last few days to see it, the different kind of disciplinary influences, the different archives that people are considering, the different ways they're interacting with source material, has been really beneficial for kind of trying to access exactly what you're saying, Mary, in a sense, all these kind of spaces where people found to live out their lives. Is there any other question? Oh, jeez, I shouldn't have asked that. Go on, and I'll let them in there. Do you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to come back and think about, before anyone asks another question, of the next generation, women who are just slightly younger than the ones we've been talking about. Because I was thinking of one woman I interviewed, Nora Harkin, who was born in Donegal in 1910, was a socialist Republican and becomes involved in the Republican Congress, knows Hannah Shees Skeffington very well, works with her on aid for the Spanish Republicans. works with Ethna Coyle in the Irish sweeps. But she says that even in the Republican Congress, women didn't really have a voice. It was very difficult. The men in the Congress didn't give women the kind of recognition that they should have had. You had Nora Connolly talking at that time about women have gone back to being drudges in the progressive movement. But Nora, talking more generally on life then, was saying how hard life was, that she talked about people are just trying to earn a living, to keep going. The 1930s were so tough. Educational opportunities for the majority of women are so poor. They're leaving school by 14, and the highlight is having a wedding dress. And that's the kind of aim, she said, of so many of the young women that she was associating with. So it was a really tough time, and women were outside of the workplace by and large if they did marry. So it's not until you get the next generation, then the Hilda Tweedies and the Andre Skeffingtons and the Irish Housewives Association, not wanting to reinforce women in the home, although it sounds like it, and as Hannah would say, but reinforcing the progressive role women could have as consumer, fighting for working class rights.
I think you're right. That generation that were born kind of between 1910 and 1920, that was a really overlooked generation in so many ways, because they come into that protracted period of inflation, recession, and so on.
Can I do a really quick plug, if I may? So just Mary, your question made me think of this issue of agency, and there is another centenary being celebrated, which is of course the centenary of the Jazz Age. So I just want to do a plug for a conference that's happening here at UCC.
Right, yes.
Yeah, oh, God, okay, started now. Anyway, it's happening on the 26th, I think it's the weekend of the 25th, 26th of September, and it's been organised by Eileen Horgan, who's in the Sociology Department here at UCC, and Professor Louise Ryan. And it's got the best conference title ever about kind of lip-sticking flappers. It's a quote from Marion Valulas. Anyway, so keep your eyes out for that. But I think we have to remember that women also had fun. They had leisure lives, they had social lives, they also had fun. So we shouldn't, yeah, you're right, we need to look at the broad in the round. Thanks.
Yeah, let me just check. 2 minutes, because there is another panel starting like in 3 minutes. So anybody who wants to go to that, go ahead and quick.
Thanks to you all, but my grandmother was Mary Coyle. I think she was in the Irish Housewives Association. But just to the point of when she was released from NDU, there was no way she could get back into Guinness. Just to bring down the tone of optimism, because I have a series of letters where she's trying to get back in. But I think that obviously that's to do with the affiliations of Guinness, not wanting anti-treaty people within their employee. But I don't know if we have time for this, but I'd be very interested to know where Ireland stand on the international stage in terms of civil wars. Dawned on me as I listen, how there's plenty of civil wars around the world over history. How does Ireland match? We have our legacy now today of the decisions made in the past that can be found in the gender pay gaps, etc. But so I'm just wondering. It's probably a long answer. But
do you mean in relation to women or generally?
Women, women, and how other countries have they treated women in the same way? Is there comparisons, contrasts? Are we not doing so bad comparatively, or are we the worst in the world?
That's another conference, but we will have it. We'll have it. Sarah Ann, do you want to plug something? And then anybody who would like
a really quick one. It's the next, well, maybe it's not the next, but there's a Decade of Centenaries conference, and Mary Harris is here as well, on Irish travellers, Minkers and the state in September, but the deadline is the 30th of June. So please encourage your students or yourselves to put in papers. So yeah, but it's under the Decade of Centenaries, and Dr. Mary Harris is involved in sitting there.
If you send that, we'll tweet that out as well. Yeah, okay.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Elaine. Thank you very much, everybody. You need to run to the other panel if you want. There's a panel in here now as well, I think, isn't there? Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, if I could just invite you all to take your seats for this plenary panel. Thank you very much.
You're good to go.
Now, I know the tech people want to... Okay. We're good to go? Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone, my name is Heather Laird and I'm a scholar here based in UCC, and I want to welcome you all to plenary panel 10 on memory, and this is the last but not least of the plenary panels, and in fact it's the concluding scholarly event of the entire conference, if we forget about the other parallel plenary panel. No pressure, guys, but I was going to, I had it in my head earlier about saying something about going out with a bang, but then I thought that mightn't be the most appropriate or tasteful metaphor to use for a war conference. So Caitlin White yesterday in one of her, in her paper, had a very, I think, nice quote on, or relevant quote on one of her PowerPoint slides, that all wars are fought twice. The first time on the battlefield, the second time in memory. And of course, a civil war isn't just any war. A civil war, and a number of conference contributors have mentioned this over the last few days. The civil war is probably best considered an intimate conflict. And the battlefield of the civil war is not the traditional battlefield of war. So today, to talk about memory and the intimate conflict that was the Irish Civil War, we have four highly esteemed scholars, and I'm going to give some details about these scholars now in alphabetical order of their surnames. So, Gavin Foster is Associate Professor in Irish Studies at Concordia University. His monograph, The Irish Civil War and Society, Politics, Class and Conflict, won the American Conference for Irish Studies Award in 2015, and also the James S. Donnelly Senior Prize for Books on History and Social Sciences. Dermot Ferreter is Professor of Modern Irish History at University College Dublin. He's a columnist for the Irish Times and was elected a member of the Royal Irish Academy in 2019. Dermot is a prolific historian, and his books include Between Two Hells, The Irish Civil War, and The Border, The Legacy of a Century of Anglo-Irish Politics. Lisa Godson is Programme Leader of the MA Design, History and Material Culture at the National College of Art and Design. She's also a Visiting Research Fellow at Trinity College. Her books include Making 1916, Material and Visual Cultural of the Easter Rising, and a forthcoming publication, How the Crowd Felt, Memory, Religion and Ritual in the Irish Free State. And Laura McAtackney is an Associate Professor in Sustainable Heritage Management at Aarhus University, is that pronounced right? Denmark. Her areas of expertise relate to conflict and post-conflict materialities across the island of Ireland, with a special interest in gendered expressions of political imprisonment. And her publications include An Archaeology of the Troubles, The Dark Heritage of Long Kesh Maze Prison. So the structure of the panel then, the panel is just over an hour. There are no formal presentations. So I'm going to be asking the panelists questions to prompt discussion, taking into account, I hope, the research interests of all panelists. And as myself and Laura were saying earlier, panelists that can always shoehorn it in a little bit anyway, if they don't feel that I'm properly addressing their research interests. And then at the end, there'll be time, obviously, for questions from the floor. And just to remind you all that this, like the rest of the panels, is being live streamed and recorded. So I thought I'd start by just, the panel is titled Memory, and that we might start by unpicking memory a little bit, because memory and the concept of memory is something that we all take for granted, and we often consider in a very personalized or individualized way in terms of our particular memories. But of course, if we're approaching it as scholars, then it becomes something else. So that's something that I wanted to maybe start off with, how as scholars we might engage with memory, how it becomes part of a scholarly project, things like memory as a source in relation to other sources, or even different ways of
categorising memory and conceptualising it, because I know throughout the last couple of days of the conference, we've heard about intergenerational memory, traumatic memory, memory in relation to temporalities, pre-memories, post-memories. So, Gavin, I thought I might start with you, because Gavin is at the moment working on an oral history of the Civil War.
That's right. Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here and for such a wonderful conference. So yeah, my interest in the memory of the Civil War is actually rooted in first my approach as a historian, which was to study the Civil War as an event of the past, right? So going into archives, and I was particularly interested in some of the social cleavages, some of these kind of undercurrents around class and status and respectability that inflected the treaty split. But then, of course, as you study the period as a kind of moment or episode in the past, you realize there's a very messy ending to the Civil War, right? It kind of, there's a fairly decisive military victory, you might say, on the part of the Free State, but the political questions remain hanging in the air, and there's a pretty messy aftermath. There's internment, there's mass immigration of particularly anti-treaty ex-prisoners, and then you get into the kind of realm of Civil War politics, where the treaty divide in the Civil War becomes increasingly something that you kind of see evidence of in the 20s and 30s and beyond. So really what I've come to think of it is that there's this long shadow or tail to the Civil War. And so to study the events of 22 and 23 really requires looking at the subsequent decades. And so it became apparent to me that when I finished the book that I really needed to turn to this legacy of the Civil War, these ghosts, and see if I could wrestle with them. And of course, memory studies is this boom, right? It's this massive industry now, and in some cases, it probably has more purchase than history, per se. And it's not uncommon for people to study the memory of an event without necessarily studying the event itself. They're not necessarily interested in the event. We're interested in the kind of interpretations that come later. So I was intrigued by the possibility that one could study the memory of the Civil War, even though the Civil War and revolutionary generation aren't around, because you hear little crumbs and scraps and sort of flashes of memory, but you're always told, of course, that there's silences that suffuse the period, and there's not a lot of Civil War memory. So that was sort of the challenge, was to see to what extent we could find memory of the Civil War. And there's lots of places you can look for it and find silences and maybe little bits of evidence of memory as well. But my approach was not so much to look at commemorationism, although that's very important, but to go to an oral history approach. And so to conduct interviews with people whose parents or grandparents and aunts and uncles and the like were involved in the period, or witnesses, bystanders to the Civil War, and to see what kinds of residue was left behind, what kind of stories were told, and of course the silences that those stories were couched in. So I think the Civil War is in many ways a great case study if you want to understand the inherent selectivity of memory, the role of silence and remembrance. And in the case of nationalism, nationalism is rooted in memory and shared memories and collective solidarities and a usable past that gives a nation and a community meaning. But a Civil War challenges all of this, right? It breaks apart the coalitions, it breaks apart solidarity. And so that's really at the heart of the issue of Civil War memory too, is an urge to remember and a cultural tradition of remembrance, but at the same time, all kinds of obstacles, emotional, political, social obstacles to that remembrance. So yeah, that's kind of how I would approach it.
Okay, thank you very much. Just in terms of silences, because that's something I think we might stay on that for a little bit then. And just, I suppose, if we're thinking about an event and memory and silences, then material culture might become more important. And I'm wondering, Lisa and Laura, you're both interested in material culture. And I wonder, would either of you like to address that issue of material culture, memory, and the Civil War, and let's say the relationship between memory and materials, and the importance of objects and materials for looking at a particular period, particularly if it's a period that is difficult in some way, traumatic. Which,
It's a small question to answer. I became really interested in looking at material culture because my background is as an archaeologist, but also I was an archivist as well, and I worked in the Public Record Office before I became an archaeologist. Well, I was trained kind of through there.
And what I became really interested was in how the archive can skew a lot, because, you know, what is kept and how it's kept, and, you know, files can be sent back to departments and come back half the size, and you get lots of replication of certain types of ideas, other ideas are missing. And I started to become interested just in how materials have a different type of life than documents do, because they're not as propagandized in some ways. So it's not like all materials tell a truth, but they're often not considered because they're seen as mundane and everyday, or they're just kept out of sight if they're not wanted to be kept at all. And there's often contestation around them. So, you know, for example, again, looking at the work I early did in the Longkesh Maze prison, was about trying to control access to that site because it was a difficult place. So you don't want people to be able to have memories of it, so you just stop people accessing it and you knock it down and then think that's it. When actually I found that, you know, there was so much stuff circulating outside the prison that came from there, you can't really control material worlds because there's always other stuff. But also there's just different types of stories people tell about things as well. Space is quite important in that too, to have a certain type of space to remember. So I think these things all tie together into trying to find different ways of looking at how we remember the past, which is not just about documentation, which is about other approaches. And particularly when past are difficult, you can find different types of stories that would not be comfortable to be written down and put in an archive. But quickly before I let Lisa go on, so one of the works I did was in Cunningham jail, which was recording graffiti in the prison from the Civil War, and it was mainly looking at women who, you know, were some of the main creators of graffiti. And what I found it was interesting was how that changed over time. So, you know, these places, it's all about changeability with memory. So you're always looking back at the past from a different present, and those different presences can change the materials as well. So I ended up studying the West Wing because that was not the one that was heritagized. That wasn't the one that was the focus of the museum practices. So they picked all the walls off most of the East Wing. There was only about 7 or 8 cells that didn't have the walls taken off. The other cells were pretty much complete because nobody really thought it was going to be the center point of commemoration. And so it's often the really unforgotten stuff is the stuff that's most revealing. So I love that idea of like, it's just kind of, as long as it survives, there's some ability for that to tell a different story at a different point in time. So handy.
Yeah, great. I'm probably going to respond to both Laura and Gavin in a way. I suppose the thing about material culture is it's kind of everything, like it's materiality, and while I've studied objects and spaces and architecture and so on, one of my big interests in relation to the Civil War is to do with kind of body cultures, including kind of processions and parades and the kind of materializing of certain kinds of memory, especially as formally sponsored by the church or the state during the Free State. So the idea of a kind of a usable past and what can be publicly memorialized and so on. Obviously there's an issue because of the rupture of the Civil War and the divisiveness of the Civil War. And what's interesting is if you look at the 1920s, there's a massive upsurge in public religious ritual. And it's not just the centenary of Catholic emancipation or the Eucharistic Congress, which are the really spectacular ones, but there's also there's the blessing and even the consecration of kind of the offices of the state or kind of representatives of the state. So the civic guard, the army, every sugar factory is dedicated to a saint. There's holidays held, you know, in Carlow and all the other places that there's sugar factories. You know, the whole schools are closed down. There's public processions. There's a huge rise in membership in confraternities and sodalities. They often, like the Archconfraternity, the Holy Family in Limerick, has 3 processions a week, accompanied by a band. And I think a lot of that kind of public, and a lot of this is tied in with commemorating certain things. And it could be, for example, the centenary of Catholic emancipation really projects 1829 as this foundational moment. And at the same time, there's all these issues with commemorating, say, 1916 as a foundational moment. So I feel that one of the ways the state and the church together kind of handle issues around memory and public memory is through religion. And also how they handle, say, the indiscipline, the chaos, the issues around whether Ireland can perform as an independent nation is also through these highly disciplined, highly organised kind of processions, and then the much bigger events like the Eucharistic Congress and so on, So that's, yeah, I hope that's some kind of answer, but that's an answer to materiality. But also there's obviously, there's lots of other ways that material culture both becomes absent and present then during the Free State. So for example, what happens with, I think Damien Shields has written about, for example, how churchyards and ceremonies often displace the actual site where things happen. So he's talking about like the lack of preservation of, say, sites of massacres or atrocities, but there might be, say, an annual mass or a parade to remember something. So the actual physical materiality of where things happened is kind of displaced onto ritual in a way. And then in terms of the Civil War being publicly remembered or not, you have to kind of look in detail at what the blue shirts are doing and the occasions on which they are kind of marching and so on. And that's full-on Civil War commemoration in a way. So I suppose that's kind of important to remember as well, how Civil War memory gets sublimated into other kind of forms of material culture. Yeah.
Dermot, you...
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, sometimes we perhaps exaggerate the extent of the silences. And we have to distinguish, obviously, between the personal and the national. But it's this tension between history and memory which I find very interesting. And I was introduced to that at a very early stage in my career. The first course I ever lectured as a 23-year-old in UCD was Ireland in the 20th century. And I remember a mature student who had retired from the public service who came in to study this course as part of his degree. He came up to me and he said, with all due respect, which he didn't mean at all, what the hell do you know about the 20th century? I've lived through most of it. And I said, well, I've been doing a lot of research into it. And they're two very different things. So what I might have been imparting in relation to my research might not have dovetailed very nicely with what his memory of these particular events was, particularly if you're getting up to the 1950s and the 1960s. So I always found that interesting. But what I've also found interesting, because there definitely were silences, students, older students, and an older generation generally, finding documentation that replaces the conversations they didn't have with their parents. I remember when the Bureau of Military History material was released in 2003, another mature student who got very emotional reading his father's statement, because it was like the conversation he had never had with his father, because his father didn't speak about those events. And I think that was common. But at the same time, when I was studying history in the 1990s, there was an awful lot of talk about amnesia. It was all about the amnesia. It wasn't about the remembering or the memory, it was about the forgetting and the supposedly deliberately forgetting. And I remember Bernadette McCalliskey addressed this in relation to nationalism and republicanism in Northern Ireland. And she said, it's not true to say there was amnesia. She said, we sang the songs of Suvla Bay when we were children. We bought poppies as well as the Easter lily. We didn't forget our grandfathers, So, when we talked about these blanket assertions about amnesia have to be challenged as well, because people found ways to do it. And even in relation to the Civil War, there's such a strong local dynamic and regional dynamic that people will be making pilgrimages year in, year out. Take the centenary this month of the Four Courts occupation and the explosion. That Four Courts garrison met up every year. They had pilgrimages to Glasnevin, they had wreath laying, they had masses. They remembered in their own way, and these are not necessarily big national events, but they're, for that small, relatively small group, that's the way they remember, It's interesting as well how non-historians have addressed the tension between memory and history on quite a regular basis. When you look at novelists like Julian Barnes in The Sense of an Ending, and he actually begins the book with that idea, I need to return to certain stories or anecdotes or approximations that time has deformed into certainties. And the use of that word deform is very revealing. How much of these stories are actually based on reality? Richard White explores that as well when he writes about 1798. His mother had Irish ancestry. And he said, I used to think of my mother's memory of these stories as history, but I came to realize then that history and memory were very different things, and that in many respects, memory is the enemy of history. And that history can forge weapons from what the memory suppresses. So it becomes a very interesting psychological study And, you know, I think there are a lot of novelists who've been interested in that, even in Ireland, in relation to, you know, Sebastian Barry would go back and draw on his own family history, and he'd say he's rescuing characters from the cold hand of history because they've been forgotten, or they've been deliberately forgotten, or as he puts it, left to their horrible wounds and their hideous asylums, and I need to rescue them from the cold hand of history. So it works on that level as well. What's interesting, I suppose, 100 years on, is that we don't have many people who remember the Civil War. There is a 102-year-old man in Dublin who grew up in Churchtown who says his first memory is the Four Courts explosion, because he would have been up that elevated part of Dublin, and you can imagine the enormity of the conflagration and the explosion. But I don't know if that's true, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that this wonderful gentleman is being in any way deceitful, but is that because he's one of the few people alive now who was alive at the start of the Civil War, and he would have heard so many stories about it over the years? Was it something that was passed down in the family, or was it something that he picked up as a result of conversations? Or is that actually a genuine first memory as a 2.5-year-old?
Just to jump in on that, you mentioned Richard White's book, Remembering a Hanagran, I think it is. And he makes a good point. Oftentimes when you're talking about collective or social memory, you know, you can get looks of skepticism because, you know, how we understand some of the dynamics of individual memory that happens, you know, inside our craniums and nervous systems, but it's harder to imagine that process unfolding in a society. But he uses a good anecdote to point out that some of the first things we know about ourselves, maybe the first word you said, or some other little anecdote, was not something you could remember because, you know, you weren't forming the ability to remember when you were 1 year old or something, but it's told to you. Yeah. Right, it's narrated to you. So much of what even we conceive as our individual identity is stories that are told to us, and then maybe mnemonic devices like these material culture items, photographs and souvenirs, places that we visit and we're told this is the meaning of this place. So I think you can extrapolate that to the realm of social memory and talk about a transgenerational memory of the Civil War. Sometimes it's called post-memory, although I think that's a little too jargony, but has some problems with that terminology. But the idea that stories are passed along and become part of kind of a community or a family narrative. And this brings there's a tension in memory studies between sort of a continuity and a kind of presentist approach. And a lot of scholarship is very presentist, where you look at how people remember 1798 at the bicentenary. And, you know, you can be very cynical about, you know, the impact of the Celtic Tiger and the peace process, and they're not really remembering 1798, they're remembering what, you know, they want Irish society to be about today. But I think when you go to the level of communal memory and family memory, while there are layers and accretions of kind of interpretation and meaning, there's actually a lot of very much organic, you know, history that has been preserved that you might not find in those selective archives. They remember the site of a death or an ambush that might not be recorded in anything beyond the community lore, you know?
Yeah. So. I think it's a good point, though, that Dermot made about the collective nature of memory of people who keep commemorating together in small groups who, you know, experience it together, because essentially what you find is people start to take on each other's memories, and they absolutely believe they had the experience of somebody else in the collective, because they tend to take the one that's the most spectacular, the most interesting, and you find that happening time again. Ex-prisoner groups in Northern Ireland, they find this a lot, that their memories start to homogenise after a while because they all start to become the same, because they've had the same discussions over and over again, and it gets refined down. So when that kind of small collective exists, it can skew the memory quite a lot into those kind of homogenised ones. So I think we have to be careful to move beyond like the individual and the nation and actually look at how many collectives are creating different memories and how spatialised they are as well.
I think what an interesting thing about people studying memory is the degree to which it draws attention to the way history is represented anyway. So, you know, we might think, you know, a report of a Dáil debate is, you know, that's firm, solid, objective history. You know, we can rely on that, whereas, you know, these people with their memories, they're obviously continually reconstructing their relationship with the past. But I think, you know, if you think a memory is a form of representation, then you realise, well, what did they leave out maybe in those Dáil reports, or whoever wrote the minutes of an executive council meeting, what's not being said there as well. So I think that's really valuable for historians to kind of really reflect on, you know, the materiality of the past that we're encountering all the time.
And
you
even
know,
that,
archives are a form of material culture in themselves.
We mentioned the Bureau of Military History there. I mean, these are statements collected in the 1940s and 1950s from veterans, men and women of the revolutionary decade. And as well as the statements, there's a series of administrative files. And a lot of them were generated by Michael McDumphy, who was the director of the Bureau of Military History. And he identified failing memory as one of the chief problems that they were going to face. Because one of the reasons they went and pursued this project was because that generation were beginning to die out. And they wanted their memories recorded for posterity. But how reliable are those memories when they're looking back in the early 1950s at the events of over 30 years ago? And there was some consultation sometimes between different respondents about how they should remember particular events or particular ambushes. And there's a danger over the course of time that these statements will be used by people who see them as fact.
Right.
And they're not to be...
They're memory documents, essentially.
As opposed to, the circumstances around them and what was involved in looking back. And some of those questions are relevant to the other massive archival collection, of course, the military service pension collection. And it's different in the sense that what people are asserting they did has to be verified insofar as it can be, but that's hugely problematic. And the idea of identifying those who are called key men to establish what happened in particular regions or particular localities, that in itself is hugely problematic. So the archival material is marvellous and it's very valuable, but this trickiness around memory and about what is being presented and about what is being documented, we have to approach it with great caution.
Yeah, but I suppose, something that's become clear in the conversation here is that there is that trickiness of memory, but there's also that trickiness of what we might see as the sort of facts that we might find in archives as well are also tricky. Both are tricky in different ways, but actually brought up against each other, rubbed up against each other, might be the way to reveal problems with either. I think that's... But I'm wondering as well, that idea of the memory and the communal memory, because obviously as well, there's not just the memory of those who stayed, but there's the memory of those who emigrated as well, and that's something that has come up in the discussion today. So the memories of those who left, migration memory, the Civil War, the kind of revolutions, wild geese, kind of the anti-treaty IRA who emigrated in the mid-1920s, and their impact on the kind of memory of the Civil War, and something, I think, Laura, you were saying there about, it seems to me that the particular phenomenon you were talking about, communities and memory, is going to be in a situation of migration. That's going to be hugely strengthened, where people find themselves in a different location, and often they're people who mightn't even have been friends at home are going to be mixing with each other. I think, Gavin, you have an interest in
I have a great
migration.
interest in this whole phenomenon. De Valera at the end of the Civil War said, there won't be any wild geese this time, because he was trying to keep the Republican movement together and not... But of course there were thousands of anti-treatyites, men and women, ex-prisoners, IRA vets who left in the mid-20s. And they're an interesting, I think of them as sort of like a distinctive community of memory, right? On the one hand, their absence is very much part of the silences of the Civil War, because you have to ask, what if they had all stayed? What politically would that have meant? But in another way, there's a lot of memory that's preserved. And I could just think of one particular anecdote. I interviewed a gentleman in Connemara who had a number of uncles who left. And he didn't grow up with many stories about what neighbors took what side and what exactly happened in the Civil War. And then years later, he was chatting to a cousin, the son of one of the uncles who lived in Boston. And he had a much clearer picture of the neighbors and who took what side and some of the grievances. So he had heard about it in Boston. And then there's a couple monuments. There's one in Ennis and Clare, a Republican monument to the last executions. And it was funded and subscribed in the 20s by exiles, and it's from their exiled brothers, or I forgot the exact phrasing, paraphrase it, they're exiled comrades in America. So and then when Ballyseedy monument was unveiled in the 50s, there was a big contingent of New York and American-based wild geese who came out for it. So there's a lot of memory that gets preserved in the diaspora that is sometimes quite challenging to some of the silences and the getting along that has to happen in Ireland.
I think it's interesting around the memorialisation issue as well. So, looking at memorialisation is about having the power to put materials in public to claim, something is worthy of memory, and particularly there's commemorative aspects around it. So if there's marches to it or there's events at certain times of the year, and I think that's an important thing to think about, like how much is the Civil War, doesn't have as much monumentalisation and memorialisation as other types of conflicts and even other types of civil wars in different places. I've got friends who work in Finland on the Finnish Civil War, which is only a few years before the Irish Civil War, and they had all these different kind of booms in memory culture because they essentially had to get on again for the Second World War, and then that changed that whole memory culture. But I think that's really not something that happened in Ireland, and it became this continual kind of, well, we have our different stories, so we don't really, create a new memory culture around this at a certain point in time. So I think, and particularly in the north, of course, which I'm obviously going to bring up, the terminology of civil war often stops at the border, but violence happened over the border, the Belfast pogroms, and we have the Swansea riots and all these kind of displacement events, which often meant that people couldn't remember because they weren't there anymore. So the Swansea riots were in Lisburn in 1920, and actually, interestingly, the museum there has created an online exhibition about that, which I think is really fascinating because it's still a kind of, unionist stronghold, but it's now got a bigger Catholic population in the last 10 years or so, and there's tensions about, well, these people are the first time people en masse who came back who were Catholic, who were, kicked out in the 1920s, so no one was remembering what happened afterwards because they weren't there to remember it. So I think that displacement is kind of an issue more in the north, but then they can't claim the right to be a civil war because that's not what it's called. It's like riots and it's pogroms and it's all these other words which are not war. So, the kind of power to call something, the power to remember things are not there if you don't have the power to memorialise as well.
They felt quite a betrayal as well, though, many of them, didn't they, that the Civil War. There's a description of Antrim volunteers, feeling very hard done by, that they're effectively having to drift back over the border to be left to this uncertain future in a hostile state, and they feel that sense of abandonment by the South, which endures, there's no doubt about that. And even in a practical way, when they're trying to get recognition, say through the pension service, for what they did, they find there are additional obstacles in their way. Is the way one Derry volunteer puts it, it's not as straightforward to amass material about the past in Northern Ireland as it is in what becomes the Republic. It's much more loaded because these are seen as much more seditious documents, So it's complicated for them, but that memory of betrayal is also passed on to the next generation, who will refer quite bitingly to the partitionist mentalities in the South. I think that's a very strong force. It's very relevant now as well.
Just in terms of so memory, divisions memory and the Civil War, which I think is really important to keep in mind, and the division north, south of the border, class divisions as well, I suppose class division memory and the Civil War, or rural-urban divides. And going back to Lisa as well, the attempt, how something like religion can actually be an attempt to kind of cement over or hide some of those divides.
I think it's also, as I was saying, a lot of these religious events are commemorative, but they're standing outside kind of maybe political history in a way. And certainly there's a lot of talk about how, before the centenary of Catholic emancipation, there's talk in the Dáil, let's set aside our petty squabbles of today and look at this in the true spirit that it should be treated with, as in, you're going to have both Cunningham and Fianna Fáil appearing together at the centenary. They're going to do their best not to argue or whatever. And the same with, there's reports of, say, Dev and Cosgrave walking together side by side on a pilgrimage to St. Bridget's Shrine when they try and, the first time that they try and make that a kind of national holiday or whatever in the early 1930s. And it's remarked on, they're walking together in the true spirit that the occasion demanded. So there's a lot of that kind of, religion as a unifying force.
But it's also, the Church does not forget, the Catholic Church does not forget what happened during the Civil War. It was shaken by what happened during the Civil War. They were surprised at the ferocity of it and what what people were capable of doing to each other.
And Republicans don't forget the church's role.
And exactly, they don't, and many of them don't forgive, you know, because of the excommunication and the pastoral in particular in October 1922. But even in 1952, 30 years on, John Charles McQuaid, as Archbishop of Dublin, writes to the papal nuncio, scathing about Fianna Fáil, and he says, one can never forget the revolutionary past of that party. Whereas on the other hand, John N. Costello was Taoiseach is leading a party of faithful Catholics, obedient Catholics, as he puts it. They didn't forget, you know, so it worked in that way as well. It was a unifying force, and they used to say, obviously, well, whatever divides us, we are united in our ancestral faith, 93% of us. But they certainly didn't forget.
I think that that issue about that you were saying about using the church and certain kind of public spectacles as a vehicle of some kind of reconciliation. It's interesting. There's that tension with memory cultures that yes, it can be used to reconcile, it can be used to bring groups together, but it can also really be a pretty powerful tool to maintain the divisions. And what you see with the Civil War is, when we look at the immediate political history, it's easy to imagine this sort of binary. There's pro-treaty and there's anti-treaty, right? And when I was doing some of my oral history interviews and looking at the memory, you kind of instinctively think, well, were they pro-treaty or were they anti-treaty? But the deeper you get into it, of course, there's splits within splits within splits. And by the 1930s and 40s, it's not just Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. There's the Sinn Féin tradition, that rejects Fianna Fáil, that will insist that they're the custodians of this victim of executions. They're the custodians of this atrocity site. And so you have kind of contending parties and movements. And then there's all those tensions as well between kind of center and periphery, what the state can claim versus what local communities and families of victims claim. And so I think the fundamental difference with the Civil War is that there's some of that going on in the War of Independence, but at least the War of Independence is part of a broader historical narrative. A pre-memory was a term that was used earlier, that Guy Biner uses. It can be slotted into a story when you're fighting the British, but there's not a lot of ways of coming up with a cohesive understanding or a memory culture around the Civil War, right? Especially when the splits are so fractured and complex. And so I think you see that in a lot of the ways it's been. So there's tons of memory, in fact, tons of monuments, but it's just not a national one. It's not a unifying one. It's not one that's driven by the state. Yeah.
And it's also, I suppose, what's considered to be a memory of the Civil War. So, for example, some of the papers have talked about, let's say, rural agitation during the Civil War, and that kind of heightened rural agitation. Right. Is that going to be considered, if somebody talks about that, is that going to be considered, would that have been recognised as a memory of the Civil War? Do we have such a narrow kind of notion of what it is that we're leaving out things that were happening at the time and saying, well, that wasn't really part of the Civil War. Right. So therefore, somebody's account of this is not part of the memory of the Civil War. So we're automatically setting boundaries and barriers. Yeah. And I think, gender comes into that obviously as well, like women memory and the Civil War. And I was wondering if any of you would like to address that issue of gender memory and the Civil War.
Yeah, so I think it's already been mentioned in the last panel on gender, and we've had a few discussions about gender. Really about women's memories being excluded from those official narratives. So, with the women, obviously, in Come the Mom, were more inclined to be anti-treaty. They decided really early to be that as an organisational level. And then, there's conflict between them, different women about how things are remembered, particularly when they're writing autobiographies later on. And, contestation about particular memories. So, you see people's drafts going back and forth and then them starting kind of squabbles over, well, actually, that's not what happened there. And I'm not going to write that for your, kind of an endorsement for your book and things like that. Because obviously, as time moves on, the memory becomes different. And it's clear in some of the writings that women realised, some early, some later, that effectively they were being written out of the histories. And you even find that when I was recording the graffiti from Cunningham jail, like a lot of it is just people putting their names on the wall with their address and the dates. And it's very much about inscribing themselves into that place. And, going back in the 30s, like there was an organised visit in 38, and a lot of them just went to the same cell and they just wrote all their names on the wall and they put the dates down. And you think,
I was there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of like, even though we're not in public memory, I'm putting my name on this wall because I was here. And so I think there's a really interesting, powerlessness, I think, in some of those, feelings of not being able to publish their stories, not being able to agree about their stories. And, essentially even the places that they think of as being pilgrimage sites are being left as ruins. And it's only, really come up to the 50th anniversary, of course, that volunteer organisations able to take over that site. And again, talking about materials, could you imagine what our ideas would be if that period of Cunningham Jail had been knocked down, and then we didn't have that kind of site to actually talk about imprisonment as being an important facet of all of those conflicts through to the Civil War.
There's a very spiky inscription on the gravestone of Bridget Malone, better known as Mrs. Dan Breen, which is how she was described a lot of the time. But it reads Breed, Malone, Breen, Cummin Amon, in brackets, active. And it's very pointed. And that's another tension, I suppose. What constitutes being active? And what constituted active service obviously became very contentious. And if people are women are holding those really deep and strong and emotional memories for themselves of what they endured and what they had contributed. To be told by officialdom, well, that's not really active service. You can appreciate the impact that would have had, and the Pensions Archive is littered with the disappointment and anger and frustration that was generated as a result of that attitude. And there is, at one stage, a very interesting Cork woman, Nora Martin, who writes to the male overseers of the pensions process, and she says, this cannot remain male-dominated. None of you can visualize the feelings of these women. They're telling you what they did and what they remember, and they're being dismissed.
I think as well it's in some way kind of pushing women out of history and into memory, and domesticating, privatizing their lives and their relationship with the revolution. And in some way, I suppose, because it's, there's the kind of the counter-revolutionary state in a way, which are kind of essentializing gender in such a strong way. And so women can no longer be kind of, representative of anything. They can only have a private life. They have to be sequestered in the home. Well, not all women. I mean, women continue to work and so on during this time, especially working class women. But I think that idea of only being allowed to have memory rather than history is really important. And even as we saw with the last panel and through the fantastic work of so many historians, the whole historiography of kind of denoting these women as kind of hysterical or extremist or overly emotional, is playing into that same kind of thing.
I might, at this point, I'm really enjoying the conversation. I could continue doing this forever, but at this point, I'm kind of, I want to invite the audience for questions. So who would like to kick us off with a question? Yeah, there's somebody over here. Great. I think there's a microphone, Padraig, there's a microphone just coming in your direction. It's coming out the door and in the other one. Travelling mic.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
No, so it was sort of Dermot and Laura both sort of said, but the whole question of memory is very problematic when we get to not to 100 years ago. I'm not that old. But I am old enough, unfortunately, to remember 50 years ago. And I've been going to quite a few meetings in Belfast of a thing called the Macenes Fellowship, which is set up basically amongst former paramilitaries to talk about 100 years ago. And then as we got nearer and nearer to 69, people said, well, we should be talking about 69 because we were there in 69. So there's been a series of conversations. There's been some pamphlets out of it. Been a very civilized conversation. It's involved loyalists, it's involved Republicans of different stripes, it's involved even some British Army people. And you can get them on the Cain website if you want to look for them under the Macenes Fellowship. And they're free on the site, and they'll probably even post you on for very little money if you want to. But it does leave other issues so impossible to deal with. And on memory, I was summoned not that I wanted to go, but I was summoned to the Ballymurphy inquest. And I gave him an affidavit. I said I didn't really want to go, and I don't really remember that much because it's 50 years ago. But he said, we want your evidence, or we'll summons you. £1,000 fine, apparently. But anyway, I gave them a statement. Between then and when I actually went there, I met a couple of people who were also there, but they were, if you like, on the other side of the barricades. And what they told me made me have to think about some of the things I thought I knew. So I sent them in, which everyone advised me, including the coroner's office, don't do this. But I sent in another affidavit, which amended the first one. And I actually withdrew, not so much withdrew, I just simply said I cannot on oath say for certain that what I thought I remember, I do remember. Yeah. And when I went into court, I had lawyers come up, one after the other, attacking me because what I was now saying did not fit the agenda for their clients, both the Ministry of Defence and the families. So it just left me questioning very, very much. I can understand with material evidence, if something's scribbled on a wall or carved on a wall, you can't really dispute that. But once you get beyond that, it's made me doubt very much what I can remember and what other people tell me they can remember as well. So I'd just be interested in any comments on that.
Yeah. Well, I think that's, particularly, like a lot of the times whenever I'm thinking about Civil War, I'm also refracting through what I know about the Troubles as well, because it's more recent memory, so how do you work with those? And what I find from, doing work on the maze, which I find interesting, is one that memory is just, people see things differently. So you could have 10 different people at the same site and they will not have the same memory, even just because they were starting in different locations, they were seeing different things here and different things. One of the files I found super interesting when I was working on the maze was a file about the death of one of the hunger strikers, and it was a contested one, whether he had tried to stop, his hunger strike before the end. And they had something like 14 different statements from people who had been there, from family members to priests to medical, and not one of them were the same, not even vaguely the same. So, and I found that one of those points where I, started to realise that you can't use memory as a factual tool. It's about perception. Sometimes it's heightened in very particular ways. It can be about sounds and noises and other things that are not even just about the visual. But it does, and as you said, like you do start to question what you remember when you hear more people say different things as well. So. Like my father comes from, White Rock, which is just underneath Ballymurphy, but actually some of the people who died were in the same street he came from, and he lived there at the time. And, he didn't really talk about it, but when I talked about with him and his brother, they just said that there was just so much chaos around what happened then. Like, people didn't even think of it as being coordinated attacks until after the conflict was over. So we're talking after 98 is only when they started actually trying to push for those, reopening those cases, because people didn't even realise that actually quite a lot of people died in this area in a short amount of time. So this isn't random. And a lot of it is about feeling safe enough to remember publicly and to have those conversations with other people, so you can't be in a position of conflict still ongoing. So, but then you have, as 30 or 40 years afterwards is when you're starting to have those conversations. The memories are going to be very strong and also obviously influenced by what happened in Derry and with their, with the inquest there. So it's just so fraught. Like, I just don't think it's a factual tool that you can use in a way where you can, there's certain things you can prove and there's a lot of stuff you can't prove. Yeah. But it doesn't mean it's not useful. It just means that it's not like it's a date and this time this happened. A lot of it is much more fluid than that. But we have to, as academics, work with that in a different way than we do as like a, in a court or an inquest or whatever.
It's what they say about oral history. It's only ever about people's relationship with the past. That's the expectation.
Yeah, it's the meanings they give to the past.
It's the meaning. It's it's
the
people's
parish of truth they use as well. That phrase,
but it's always going to be reworked, and it's always going to be seen according to the president and all the rest of it. But and that's why sometimes some of kind of oral history techniques to help prompt memories that might be different from what somebody's already decided about something. If you, right. Coming at people from different angles, and sometimes material culture can be really helpful. Where you show someone an object or a photo album, you say, who's this here? And
or walking tours is the other thing.
Yeah, but that's why archaeology is so important as well, because you can see where the bullet hole went in, or where the graffiti is.
It can disrupt what people want to tell you as well. I think often when we're working with certain types of oral memory, if it's something that's considered particularly important, then people are used to telling these stories over and over
Exactly.
again. They
And
get
it's
refined
rehearsed.
and they
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
other people's. And actually, I find doing, oral kind of testimonies in place means that it disrupts the narrative they want to tell you, and they have to react to it rather than, here's the thing I want to tell you, which what I find interesting, I've done some of these with survivors of institutions, and they're very fraught and very difficult things. I really, I don't like doing it a lot because I think it's a very difficult emotional experience for people. They have to be prepared. Exactly, and they have to decide they want to do that rather than being pushed into doing things like that. But people often, they just remember things that they haven't thought about, which aren't even about that place, but what happened before and what happened after. So how maybe it created a fracture in them. And I think being imprisoned in the Civil War had a similar impact, particularly on women, because how stigmatized they were whenever they came out, particularly if they weren't upper class, because class can often save you from the kind of stigma, but being lower class, you don't really have that saving. So often what I heard from women in institutions was all about how they got to that point and what happened after them, and very little about what actually happened in them. I found that kind of interesting. I don't know if it was too traumatic or it was just, they'd just seen this at this point. They didn't really, that really changed their lives rather than something that they wanted to talk about everything that ever happened in that structure. So. Can I
just say that, I agree, and I think it's really interesting points that have been made about memory and what can be done with it, but my one concern then is we pit it too much against fact. Then we're back to kind of, we have to also keep in mind that things in the archives that seem fact, there's always going to be gaps and silences. If we're talking about insurgency, if we're talking about unrest, it's always going to be written from the perspective of those attempting to contain or control that insurgency and unrest. Yeah. So it's how...
I think that's really relevant to the study of the Civil War. So absolutely oral history has its memory gaps and it's a form of interpretation. It's not straight facts necessarily, but the same can be said about so many things we see in the archive. You're trying to get at a phenomenon, a social phenomenon of some kind. Maybe we heard about disorder earlier today, some kind of social unrest. The key sources you're going to likely go to are police records, right, and the state's records. But the Civil War was about an insurgency against a nascent state. And so if you only have the hard, written and preserved archives of the state, you're not going to get the full experience. But through orality and through community memory, they're going to remember certain things that the state did and the state doesn't want to remember. And there's layers of interpretation in that, but there's also quite a bit of, I think, core truth and facts that are embedded in that because the community doesn't forget necessarily and passes that information on. So it has to do with, I think when you're doing orality and memory, it can be seen as a kind of primary source. It just depends on the kind of questions you're asking of that primary source.
And I just, thinking there, and it's a point that somebody made, and I can't remember who it was on the panel yesterday or the day before, they're all merging into each other at this stage. But there was no life before the Civil War conference. Somebody made the point that when we look at, let's say, and again, I know it's kind of an interest of mine, agrarianism during the Civil War period, but if you look at the records, what's emphasised is the land seizures, not so much the cattle drives and the other forms that it took. And then you have to look at that in the context, well, that's because the concern is about the protection of private property rights. That's more important than other kinds of, So, that's an example of something that's factually down there, but you need to read it against the grain and wonder, well, why is that getting more attention? Oh, because they're associating anti-treaty forces with a sort of attack on private property, and this is what they're really concerned with. The other stuff isn't coming down, even though there were other things happening at the time in terms of agrarian unrest. They're not going to be down there in the facts as much because it's not as much interest to them at the time. Sorry, there were more questions. Again, I'm getting lost here with these very intelligent people at the front.
No, I was just going to agree with you there, Heather. So, no, to row in behind what you're saying, Gavin, I think how many marginalised groups we would lose if we are not to engage with this orality and this memory. And, to me, the recent commission into Mother and Baby Institutions has shown that. The way the evidence, the testimony of the survivors was at one point called contaminated. It's our job to look into the sources. That's what we do, as you said, Heather. So if we are to privilege the written record, then we privilege different groups of individuals at different time. So yes, it's challenging, it has problems, but if we don't engage with it, I think we just lose far too much.
Yeah.
So,
Well
just
said.
to agree with you, Gavin, yeah.
Yeah, no, well said. And that's the raison d'etre of a lot of oral history practices. You go to oral history because for groups that aren't represented in the archive, right? Or in other sources. And if you don't do that, then they don't have a voice in history.
But that's also one of the advantages of the pensions archive, is that you get voices that you might not find or will not find elsewhere. And there's a very strong class dimension you were talking about earlier on. We've often referred to the lottery that the Civil War was in relation to who was remembered and, who is rewarded and who suffers. And, you can get very personal accounts, not just relating to the events of the Civil War, but where they find themselves afterwards in relation to housing, in relation to land, in relation to the struggle for material survival. And I think one of the great advantages of that archive, particularly 100 years on, is that you get a much greater sense of who was affected by this Civil War. And I've given the example, for example, of Ernie O'Malley, who left so much to the historian and others who want to write about this period, and such a rich vein of quality writing on his own revolutionary experiences. But I became very interested in Peter McCartney, who was the National Army soldier who was killed during the capture of Ernie O'Malley during the Civil War. And his father is fighting this battle to get more than the £50 gratuity, once-off payment that he was given in 1923 for the death of his son, who was the breadwinner and was, from very poor land in Leitrim. And even as an 86-year-old, his father in 1955 is still begging, for the loss to be recognised, and he keeps pointing out, my son cannot be forgotten, he died for the freedom of this state. And an awful lot of National Army soldiers were forgotten, and their families felt very aggrieved as well. So it's across the board. But I take the point that's being made about the importance of that oral testimony, but there's written testimony there that is bringing us into a space that we haven't really been in before.
Yeah. In terms of the letters.
The letters and the class, and you're hearing from a class of people who have not really been represented in the histories that we've had previously.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I've got the mic now. Great panel. The question of how we remember some of these more social disturbances is really interesting. I've just been talking about agrarianism, and of course it's focusing on land and houses that often, many of which aren't there anymore. But my question was about comparative approaches, because I was really interested by what Laura said about in Finland having more diverse memory cultures, which is surprising in a way given how bitter and violent that was. So I just wondered, partly it's because I teach a course on comparative civil wars. So, what is it about the Irish case that makes it has made it difficult to is it the civil nature, the internal conflict? Is it something about Irish society or politics? Is it the time that's passed? So I just wondered if any of you have found those comparative approaches helpful in answering that question. Perhaps with Gavin, these people who migrated to America, which has got they're living in a society where they've got literally statues of of the kind of Confederate. So it's an interesting. I just wondered if any kind of international insights might help us with this question.
Yeah, I've thought about that a little bit because we've had a lot of great papers on the comparative dimensions, and Bill Cassane's work, say, on Finland. One of the things that has occurred to me, though, is that, if you go back to 1912, 1913, the beginning of the Irish Revolutionary period, when people were talking about a civil war, and occasionally they were afraid of a civil war, what they were talking about was something between, the UVF and the volunteers, and something over home rule. And so, with maybe loyalists being the instigators of it, but there was an assumption that civil war would have this ethno-nationalist character, ethno-religious character. But the Civil War and there were other potential civil wars in the revolutionary decade, right? But the one that we call the Irish Civil War, that has that, and I think it's important to appreciate that it's called the Irish Civil War because it's not arbitrary. It tells us something about the culture that produced it. But I think one of the reasons it's so bitter is that it's not a cleavage like many other civil wars, say in Europe at the time, between long, estranged, and hostile different ethnic or religious groups. It comes out of a movement and comes out of communities that supported that movement. So I think that makes it so much more bitter and intimate. So while it is a relatively small-scale conflict compared to Finland and everything else we hear about, I think that intimacy of people who were, at each other's weddings during the truce a year before, and who had been in jail together and sacrificed and socialized together, and then finding themselves on opposite sides of the split, is what makes it so intensely embittering, and maybe therefore a little bit harder to reconcile. And I think a lot of civil wars, comparatively, it's about, we heard this in an earlier panel, about removing one group altogether from the territory, right? They're not us, but I think after the Irish Civil War, everybody had to share the same terrain, and that could lead to reconciliation, but it didn't seem to. It can also lead to just kind of, nursing the wounds a bit. Right? Yeah. But I mean, I don't know if somebody else wants to jump in.
I suppose that sense of betrayal is so deeply felt because you're dealing with people who were your friends or were your comrades, and yet, obviously historians have got very interested too in what the restraining influences were in Ireland, because it could have been a lot worse.
Sure.
And I mean, even reading the prison correspondence of some of the interned Republicans, some of them were having quite a nice time, in comparison to what was going on in Finland a couple of years previously, where they were starving them to death. And even what Anthony Beaver has been writing about recently in Russia, like, where did that sadism come from, was one of the questions he asked, which is such a loaded question. So, we don't have it on that scale. And, I don't think there's any one answer to that.
Okay, we have time for a final question then from Linda.
Last word. Just to say I agree, that the written archive is also, I suppose, quite limited, and that women also tend to be very underrepresented. Having said that, the documentary sources have been enormously valuable, particularly the military archives, in terms of opening up new evidence, new questions about women and the Irish Civil War. But I have a question about ethics, and it's actually something in relation to my own work. We were talking earlier about the trauma turn in recent years, partly driven by, I suppose, the very detailed evidence that we see around experience. But some of that experience is really about, very traumatic events, about very violent events. And I am wondering, particularly in the context of the work I do on sexual violence, if we perhaps should ask questions about whether or not oral history or memory work, and I often think the two are often confused. So I understand oral history in a sociological framework as interviews, but I think sometimes I hear discourses where it's people talking about their feelings about their relatives in the past. And that to me is more memory than structured oral history, if you know what I mean. And my concern, I suppose, is, particularly in the field I work in, is that there is an ethical slide into contacting, for instance, people whose relatives, female relatives, have experienced awful transgressive violence, and that they're expected to participate in interviews about that. So I suppose my question is, should we have an ethical protocol on this? Is it a concern for modern Irish historians in particular? It's certainly a concern for me, something I would think through very carefully in my own work. I'm not asking the question out of hostility, but I would like to see a stronger ethical debate and protocol.
I think there's the interviewing and so on, and not wanting to re-traumatize people or being sensitive to it. There's also the writing up of it as well, and an ethics around what's represented, or do you direct, having this discussion with someone the other day with one of my PhD students, and because I was doing some stuff about the Contagious Diseases Act and these really kind of lurid descriptions of speculum inspection and all that, and I thought, I've actually changed my mind, I don't want to go into all this detail. It's really lurid and so on, so what do you do? And we were chatting, a few of us, about that, and we're kind of saying, well, the big thing is to give people options about whether they engage with that material or not. So you maybe direct people to the testimony that describes like really violent or violating acts. You don't necessarily reproduce it, say, in a book or whatever. So that's one thing. But I think another thing is, that interviewing, whether it's oral history or maybe memory work or whatever way you want to put it, can be traumatizing for people that you interview, and we've seen that, you know, so many times. So I think anything like that, do you consider the relative of somebody who maybe kind of underwent sexual assault to be a kind of a vulnerable individual, therefore, you know, in a university needs to be run past an ethics committee or discussed in terms of ethics?
Yeah. I think,
in what sense? If you're the descendant, you know, rather than the person themselves, is that an ethical issue? I think that's really important.
Yeah, and there's layers of ethical issues, but I would say, just to be perfectly clear, in terms of my oral history practice, I was fortunate enough, not having been trained in oral history until I came to Concordia. There's something there called the Center for Oral History and Digital Storytelling. It's a highly respected kind of research unit, and they put on training programs, and they work with not just you know, academics, but people in the community, and they've put on big large-scale, you know, projects where they talk to people who have, you know, live in Montreal that are survivors of mass violence from different contexts. And so they have really impeccable kind of, you know, ethics protocols, and so I had the advantage of sitting through some of that, and any kind of research project, I'm not sure how it exactly works in the Irish academic context, but in Canada, to have any kind of research with so-called human subjects, which is a kind of absurd term, but you know, with people, including interviewing them, you have to go through it's a really tedious, long set of forms where you have to look at these questions. Is there any risk of traumatizing somebody? How? And so basically, you know, you have to get all these consents, and there's also something called informed consent, which is used a lot, of course, where, you know, you let them know exactly what they're dealing with, and then you share authority by, you know, offering recordings of it, and if you want to come back to me. And so, and the other thing too, and just my own approach, because I was coming from, you know, across the Atlantic to these interviews, I'd have to set them up in advance. So it was often people who, you know, would reach out to me or a contact. So I would certainly never, you know, you don't put a microphone in somebody's face and start asking probing questions about their family's past. It's just that when the factors were right and somebody was really interested in being interviewed, and then I would go out there, explain the project. So, but even that doesn't, of course, exhaust all the ethical questions, and a certain amount of circumspection, like you were saying, maybe when you get to some materials, it's just not worth, you know, you're not trying to be sensationalist. You know, we have to be careful that even it's 100 years ago, this is in living memory, or at least the transmitted memory for people, and so you have to be careful about some of the sensitivities. But then it's also worth pointing out that we've talked a lot today about, understandably, about trauma and violence and these sensitivities, but a lot of memories of the Civil War are also a bit more maybe mundane, kind of everyday stuff as well. Because you know, it wasn't always you know, mass military attacks, and there was definitely terror and dread and all kinds of everyday violence, as you know, Gemma Clark says. But there was also you know, just everyday experiences where somebody might have grown up and understood a little bit about the Civil War in their community or family from a letter or a story from a grandparent or something. You know.
Helena, I think I have to bring it to a conclusion. Yes, I'm sorry, because I would have liked to have asked Laura and Deirdre to step in there as well, but I think the closing ceremony is now taking place in the Aula Maxima. The Civil War Conference does come to an end at some stage, so I want to thank the panellists, and I really enjoyed that anyway, and I hope you did too. So thank you
very much. Well, thank you.
for panelists.
No, don't worry.
Great job. Thanks for.